Good afternoon, honorable members. When the business of this House suspended for lunch, the honorable member for Cat Island, Rum San Salvador had reserved the floor.
I reserve the floor for member from Angleton. I yield to her.
Thank you. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Angleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Speaker, I begin by extending prayers on behalf of the people of Angleton to the families of the two young men, Alroy Ramsey and Blair John, who a few days ago met their deaths in Turin, Italy. I pray that their families get answers quickly so that they may find a resolution and the process of healing can begin from this terrible tragedy, both for their families but also for our nation. I give my assurance that the people of Angleton share in their pain and stand in solidarity with them. Mr. Speaker, I am proud to stand on behalf of the people of Angleton, a peaceful, peace-loving community, a community of high achievers, a community of excellent people, and the future is most promising. Today, as I speak, there are a number of public school scholars emanating from the humblest of circumstances in universities around the world, gaining high distinction over and above competitors from all over the world. In all of the public schools in that community, the children of Angleton are distinguishing themselves. E.P. Roberts Primary School recently gained distinction and high acclaim in the recent E. Clement Bethel Arts Festival, with special recognition of its beautiful choir. One young boy, I remember that choir in particular, is today being described as the top male vocalist in the country. At last report, E.P. Roberts was the top performing primary school in its region. Iron Bailey Senior High School made history a few weeks ago, with more students on the honor roll than ever in its school history. And of course, C.H. Reeves Junior High School is today the top performing school in the country, both in athletics and academics. I have given my full support to the schools in the Angleton community, even as the boundaries shift from time to time. C.W. Sawyer, A.F. Adley, Government High. As a result, as a result of this partnership, both Iron Bailey and C.H. Reeves were able to acquire new buses for their athletic programs, cultural exchanges, and field trips. With the aid of constituency funds, I have been able to assist with computers, internet wiring, books for the library, support of their teacher appreciation, including the National Teacher of the Year currently posted at E.P. Roberts Primary, Raynette Bethel Hannah. Additionally, I've worked closely with many of the churches in the community to partner with their food and social outreach programs. I have sponsored a number of sporting programs, baseball, basketball, and about to do one now with soccer. I sponsored recently the acquisition of computers for Ridgeland Primary School. I sponsored a number of summer programs and training and entrepreneurial workshops, engaged in continuous environmental remediation. And I'm now seeking, and I say it again, the assistance of the Department of Environmental Health Services for the removal of derelict vehicles. I have given my full support to the Mountain Heights Community Center, which I contributed significant sums in the construction thereof. I seek to maintain a hands-on, close interaction with all, and I am fully and regularly on the ground, door to door. And as we work through, I listen to and seek to respond to the concerns. I've partnered with the local leaders in the National Neighborhood Watch Council. My constituency office remains open Monday to Friday, 10 to 5 p.m., with a manager who is tasked with being an immediate responder to needs, including preparations of resumes and other documents. I am currently working with C.H. Reeves Junior High School with a major computer enhancement initiative for their computer labs, and also with the musical instruments for their band. And I'm working with E.P. Roberts for the acquisition of bells for their choir. So, Mr. Speaker, I am proud to represent the people of Angleton. The residents are keenly politically astute. They closely follow our national affairs, and especially parliamentary debate. I believe they know that in this member they have a woman who will stand with them and for them and in their interest without fear or compromise. that this member will fight for what she believes is right for and on their behalf. They know their member of parliament takes very seriously the obligation to be their voice in this house, and that she understands the sacred undertaking of their trust. I pray, as I have done since the first day I entered this house, that I will never let them down. My first prayer in this parliament, 17 years ago. Mr. Speaker, a national budget exercise is in many ways an abstract, technical exercise involving an assessment of the allocation of limited fiscal resources for competing national demands, illustrated in charts and graphs and accounts and the like. In truth, however, the practical importance of this exercise is its actual meaning to the comfort, well-being, and forward advancement of our people. This government, therefore, in such debates, or any government, is required to give life to and flesh out its vision for the people. We have spent several days in this debate in this House, with more days to go. But we are compelled to ask on our side, what is the vision of the government for the Bahamian people? In this, the third budget of this administration, and with only 2 more to go before the end of their electoral term, the question is, do the Bahamian people truly have a sense of any real vision for our nation? A couple years ago, the minister was saying the cupboard was bare. But we say today, this administration is empty, void of any clear vision for the great progress of the Bahamian people. Have we heard or seen anything to date which gives a sense of anything more than a mundane maintenance of the status quo? Where are the policies which signal a full realization of our considerable potential as a people, or which creates a path for true wealth and prosperity for our people? What we have heard are some basic principles of accounting, mired in political rhetoric and finger-pointing in a never-ending quest to score political points, and very little else of significant note. Many of the initiatives noted were projects met in train. Does this government understand that the budget debate is not about a scorecard against a previous government, now long gone at this point, but to acquit themselves of the burden of providing clear and proper explanation and defense of their policy positions, to explain the economy's performance as a result of those policies, and to, so far as possible, accurately and realistically project the short, medium, and long-term outlook for the well-being of the Bahamian people and our quality of life prospects. I am certain, Mr. Speaker, the circus-like environment that we have seen during this debate is not appreciated. Bahamians are saying only serious people need apply. The tacky distractions of East Grand Bahama and the others following in like tacky fashion only serve. Could you stop the clock, please? I don't want to be continuously interrupted by this member.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for East Grand Bahama on a point of order.
Thank you, Speaker. Mr. Speaker, once again, I think you've already addressed this point. But you cannot, no member can refer to another member in such a derogatory way.
It didn't refer to
Tacky?
you.
What is tacky? What does that mean? Is that a parliamentary word? What is that? Because if we're going to start calling, using personal invectives,
Look at this long
right?
stuff.
If we're going to use personal invectives, or as you say, be willing to receive. Be willing to receive. That's all I can tell you.
Thank you, honourable member.
Thank you, Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that was not a point of order in my view. I don't know if you thought it was, but I did not say.
Honourable member,
Yes?
before you proceed any further along that line,
Stop the clock, please. Thank you.
I would advise you not to try and advise this chair
I'm not advising you.
on what it's a point of order
I
and
said
what it's not.
in my
The-
view.
You don't have a view with respect to the chair
Okay.
opinion and discretion when it comes to a point of order. You don't have a view.
So, in my view, in my brain, that did not sound like one to me. But, Mr. Speaker, it is in your hands. I don't know if you did or you did not. You did not indicate.
I'm not going to warn you, honourable member for Angleston,
Well,
again.
no, but what, Mr. Speaker?
I've already spoken. It is not your opinion. Doesn't matter when it comes to what is the point of order or not. The chair makes a ruling on whether the point was well taken or not, and that's the end of it.
I didn't hear the ruling, Mr. Speaker. That's the point I was making. I didn't hear it. I didn't hear your ruling. But I'll leave that, Mr. Speaker, because it's I don't want, you know, the point is, Anderson would like the member to speak, and the member took some objection. I didn't think it was a point of order, but it is up to you, Mr. Speaker. It's not up to me. It's up to you. I have conceded that. It's up to you, Speaker. The tacky distractions of East Grand Bahama and the others following in like fashion only serve to disclose weaknesses in the substance of the budget report and this government's own inability to bring the vision, the new paradigm, the unleashing of the power and the force of the Bahamian people. This is patently absent in this debate. But even in their fixation with the PLP and the numbers in their ledger, or in our ledger, we know the following. One, despite alleging that they were fundamentally opposed to VAT last year, without notice or warning, this FNM government increased this very tax on the backs of the Bahamian people by 60%. It is now clear that this has had a negative domino effect across the entire economy. In particular, the cost of living has escalated to historic highs, and inflation is projected to persist at a high level for the time being, according to the central bank. Today, under your policies, $1 is now has the buying power of 88 cents, and 88 cents buys less than it ever could before in the history of our country. In these strange circumstances, the projected growth in GDP could not and was not realized. C, in the indiscriminate exemptions to VAT on certain breadbasket items such as bread and rice, while on the face of it having widespread and popular effect, have had the effect of deepening inequity in this country by giving cost advantages to big business, such as hotels and restaurants, with no correlating cost reduction to the consumer. It's had a very negative effect. In a related matter, the proposed zero rating of VAT, and that's forward moving, on electricity in this budget, I understand, was indirectly or directly influenced, dictated, or whatever language used by the Grand Bahama Power Company's alleged defiant refusal to treat electricity at $300 or less as VAT exempt in accordance with law, and allegedly defaulted in remitting significant sums to the government. If this is true,
The chair recognizes the honourable member for East Grand Bahama on a point of order.
Speaker, I have no knowledge of what the member is speaking about. And so if she's going to make such a statement, then I think it is incumbent upon her to produce the evidence of such, and otherwise withdraw it. I have no idea what she is talking about. Absolutely none. As a matter of fact, the Grand Bahama Port Authority has been fully cooperative in this particular matter. Power company, sorry, has been fully cooperative in this matter, so I have no idea what she's speaking about, and she should correct it or withdraw it.
I support it, honourable member Fangerson.
I will rephrase, I withdraw and rephrase it in this way. Will the member advise whether the Grand Bahama Power Company refused to treat electricity at $300 or less as VAT exempt in accordance with law? And if yes or no, and if yes, have they defaulted in remitting significant sums due to the government? And if they have, I asked the government, is this amendment influenced by that state of affairs? And then there's another thing that raises concern. It's the amendment. I'm asking the question. Yes, in my debate. The Speaker, despite, and so that's the question I'm putting on the table. Despite the boast of creating jobs, and I've heard it from here, joblessness has grown under your policies. In the face of these calamitous, converging conditions, you incredibly reduced social assistance in a number of areas, including school uniform and shoes for children living in poverty, and initiated practices which muddied the water in accessing social assistance. 5, despite your singular obsession with the numbers, you failed to meet GDP growth projections. The very modest growth there has been, 1.6%, is very likely attributable to the opening of Bahama. an event which is not attributable to any action by, and indeed we must remember that both Kalani and East Grand Bahama, whilst in opposition, repeatedly cast negative aspersion and doubt on the project at a very sensitive time in the process. It is hilarious to see Freetown, today a Minister of Tourism and Aviation, who admits he was once on the payroll as a board member of the former owner, who, while on that payroll, was on talk shows galore and spouting anywhere and everywhere he found a willing microphone to cast negative doubt on the project. But today, in what I described as schizophrenic, because you do one thing one day, you come the opposite the other way, he is singing a different tune. He today proudly cites the importance of that resort as one of the reasons for the amazing increase in airlift and record tourism. As the member for Exuma and Ragged Island said, that member is the luckiest Minister of Tourism in the world. This is also ironic, because were it not for Bahama, the Minister of Finance would very likely have been speaking of GDP in the negative, particularly in light of their disastrous policy of drastically increasing the rate of fat and the subsequent negative effect on the economy. 6. However, despite increasing tax, it seems certain the government will not be able to meet its revenue projections based on the mean performance of revenue to date, which seems clear to most of us, or many of us, yet the minister persists in representing something else to the Bahamian people. If we are correct, and time will tell, this government must take full responsibility for what is in fact a monumental failing. 7. Nothing has been evidenced in your express policies in this debate which should or could grow the economy. And I said nothing. There has been no new paradigm, no exciting nothing, and in the midst of this stagnation and the absence of any kind of economic proactivity, prices have soared, the tax burden has increased, wages remain stagnant, joblessness has grown, and human suffering deepens. Could it be to date? Your best foot forward so far has been OBAN, once touted in this House by the Prime Minister as a magnificent intervention in our economy, but which he today called foolishness, and I agree with him. The other matters, perspective, which is the soul of our Lukaya in Freeport and the Disney project in Elutha. But they are, according to what you have told us, at least 2 years away from completion. 8. It also appears, and will follow, that the government will not likely meet its deficit projections, which seems to have been your one clear singular objective. This F&M administration, in a period of months, has borrowed excessively to the tune of almost $2 billion. How much is it? 2.5, I said almost. Almost $3 billion, when you head in the $3 billion direction. And the national debt increases. And what appears to be on track of the failed targets for the deficit, we surmise this failure would have become more manifest now, had the government not strategically deferred the payment of bills and other liabilities so as to have it reflected on the books at this moment. In this regard, it is being reported, at least up to yesterday, that one of your most critical revenue collection agencies, the Road Traffic Department, was locked out of its office space, allegedly due to the government's non-payment of rents. An example of it. The borrowings that were made on the international market, we have now learned from the IMF, because the government has refused to provide any details to the Bahamian people, and I have one question on the agenda, they've ignored it, but they have now advised, or surmised, that this was done negligently, so as to potentially put the country at risk should it become necessary to restructure the national debt. 9. This less than stellar performance overall in the management of our economy has been driven by poor decision-making, a lack of sound proactivity, and without our country having experienced any external shocks or natural disasters. Save for Hurricane Irma, which devastated Ragged Island. It is as if this never really happened, because the disruption and the suffering of the people of Ragged Island have gone without tangible acknowledgement, and now 2 years later has yet to be addressed. This is nothing short of a national disgrace. Disgrace. The prior administration did not have this luxury Indeed, the country was confronted and forced to endure the serious destruction and considerable fallout resulting from two major hurricanes, Joaquin and Matthew. Joaquin, you remember, barreled through the archipelago, ravaging Long Island, Athens, Crooked Island, San Salvador, Rumkey, Grand Bahama, causing severe damage to public infrastructure, including airports and private property estimated at approximately $100 million. And then there was Hurricane Matthew in October 2016, just a few months before a general election, a catastrophic Category 5 hurricane, which struck the two most populated islands of New Providence and Grand Bahama, inflicting approximately $580 million in physical damage, revenue loss, and other economic losses and cleanup costs. These hurricanes caused an estimated combined loss of more than $500 million. That hurricanes negatively impact economies and the economic performance indicators is universally accepted. It is only logical that we in the Bahamas would be no different. But this became the subject of debate in the 2017-18 budget debate, despite the budget itself, budget communication itself, conceding this. Yet the member for East Grand Bahama, by his political rhetoric, sought to superimpose provocative words such as corruption and cronyism and recklessness and the like to distract from the horrible reality of the devastation caused by those hurricanes. Accusations went flying, along with allegations of hurricane relief monies being diverted to buy an election. But the media was dogged and pursued the member relentlessly. Finally, one news story concluded, and we agreed, that the minister was, quote, waffling on the tail of the so-called missing funds. It is for this and other reasons that Exuma has been compelled to declare that this minister has a credibility deficit. We are still waiting for the Minister of Finance to detail the so-called $922 million of debt he seems to be carrying along with that word case in every budget debate. But here we are, 2 years later, hearing from the same member in this communication how devastating a hurricane can be to a national economy, how harmful natural disasters are to GDP, debt, and national progress. Indeed, the Prime Minister recently traveled to Washington to apparently learn about the meaning of hurricanes to small island developing states. They have since established a fund, and so it goes on. It seems to me, and when we talk about travel, we have not gotten that travel report. The Prime Minister promised that travel report. I'm going to get to that, but we haven't gotten it. So it seems we have to thank the IMF and the IDB for convincing our government about the impacts of natural disasters. And this is where I talk about the travel, so Kalani. We recall your blistering attacks of the then Prime Minister, Senator Harry Christie. And I remember him saying to you one day, you want me to catch a jitney? Remember that? So you want me to catch a jitney? Well, you promised this House that you would account for travel. And we are still waiting for that report. You know, this is what it got down to. He was so determined. You ain't taking no jitney though. You want him to catch jitney, but you ain't one man. We must also appreciate that the previous administration had to manage the national affairs, not only facing the aftermath of ferocious hurricanes, they were real, we were here and we saw it, but also the hangover, so to speak, of one of the worst global recessions in recent memory. We also inherited the residue of decisions made by a prior administration also, including the disastrous roadworks and the over-budgeting. And that killed economic activity. We inherited some stuff too. But unlike this administration, and we had to pay inherited liabilities also. I think we borrowed $100 million in the first session. But we did not mourn and groan for 2 years, as this administration has done. But also impacting the economic performance of the prior administration, in addition to the post-recession strains and the two major hurricanes, was the stalled construction of the Bahama project, caused by the unfortunate deterioration in that partnership, resulting in litigation and bankruptcy proceedings. All of these events, which were harmful to the national economy, and the combined effects of external shocks in the manifestation of a global recession, natural disasters, and the stalled Bahama, were all cited in the reports of the ratings agencies. That's why I'm talking about it. All was cited in the reports of the rating agencies as being pivotal factors in slowing the growth of our economy. It was primarily as a consequence of these critical factors, specifically referenced by the ratings agencies, that the fiscal outlook of the country was so-called downgraded. The positive impact and rebound afforded by a now open and fully operational Bahama, in particular on job creation and the consequent linkages in the economy, can be seen in the growth of the GDP, modest though it was, and which would have likely been greater were not for the policies which undermine further growth that is reflected in this current budget, or in the prior budget. But even despite those challenges, we made advances in education with the creation of the University of the Bahamas, expanded access to scholarships, the establishment of the Marjorie Davis Institute for Special Education. And I want to raise a point. There's a concern, the Minister is here of Education, about, I don't think you mentioned anything with the National Accreditation Council. And out there in the public, there's concern about some schools that are purporting to offer education at the standard that's required for young people, and that it may have fallen through the cracks with the council. And I just want to raise that with you. It's not a hostile point, because I know you wouldn't take it that way. So I'm just raising it because there's a concern. The RISE project, enactment of the Persons with Disabilities Act, increase in the minimum wage, creation of the Public Defender's Office, the gains in the administration of justice, swift justice. The Attorney General is bragging about it now. Efficient and seamless implementation of that, which you hate, but you love it more than us now. Creation of BAMC, the National Training Agency, the Sandy Bottom Project for the Defense Force, modernization of the Met Department, modernization of the aviation sector, our efforts and our achievements for the Flight Information Region, expansion of marine protected areas, automation of the Road Traffic Department, the Registrar's General Department, the Inland Revenue Department, National Insurance Board, completion of the last two phases of LPRA, completion of the Leonard M. Thompson International Airport, a new runway for Stanley Key, redevelopment of the San Salvador Airport, a new Maradona runway, attracting new products in the tourism plant, including SLS, Hyatt, Rosewood, The Point, Resorts World, Albany, Marriott, to name a few. The proposed Carnival Cruise Port in East Grand Bahama, extension of Freeport concessions to the east and west of Grand Bahama, commencement of construction of a new administrators building in both West Grand Bahama and in Bimini, construction underway for a new high school in West Grand Bahama, construction underway for the Fishing Hole Road Bridge, a new clinic in West End, a new fire station in Freeport, the Grand Bahama Shipyard Training and Employment, emergency lights on every single airport in this country, air service agreements with scores of nations, and the plans for the Exum International Airport, and preliminary, Northern Lutheran admittedly did not advance. So when we hear the watchwords today, of this minister, and the refrain of the team of his team of quote junk bond crew, and this is where the taffy comes in. I hope I do understand it now, East Grand Bahama. The four downgrades and the other like demeaning references, that's where it gets tacky. Okay? We know that it is an attempt to inflame a political bias. You know, we the PLP, so you could say that you get dirty, you know the trick. So as to not focus on the truth, it is a strategy to distract from or camouflage their own abysmal performance. But Mr. Speaker, we are a proud people, and I don't mean just the PLP, I mean the Bahamians are proud people, including PLPs. And despite the history of physical and psychological indignity, suffering, and trauma of our ancestors, our story is of a resilient, proud, strong, spiritually rooted, powerful, and brilliant people.
Yes.
Who remembers the legacy of one Dr. Robert Love, a visionary Bahamian, who inspired the likes of a Marcus Garvey, not the other way around. Yes. Dr. Robert Love, a Bahamian, had the audacity to advocate for self-determination for people of color, when it was almost ludicrous to do so, given the then oppressive circumstances. He is the forerunner to many warriors, men and women, Bahamians, who fought for justice in this country and contributed to the building of a nation. Some do not want us to have a full knowledge of or speak to our history. Some will want us to believe that we really are junk. We know throughout history the attempts to indoctrinate and solidify the domination and oppression through the educational system, the repressive laws and discriminatory policies. These things were facilitated in this very parliament. This is all real and true history. But many opposite with the same history as mine become squeamish with this kind of talk. They get offended when one talks about the racist policies of UBP, the tales of economic domination and oppression in our recent past. In fact, they say that you are being racist if you speak facts. But they have no difficulty in a national address repeatedly in this place, mostly from the lips of Kalani, to speak about the PLP in a way which seeks to minimize the pivotal involvement. So we can't talk about UBP now, but you can talk about the PLP. No, think about it now. Which seeks to minimize, they shouldn't get offended if someone else. Which seeks to minimize the pivotal involvement in creating a modern Bahamas and opening the doors and windows for ordinary Bahamians. For a little boy like Kalani, who always tells us he sold newspapers and pumped gas in his father's gas station so that he could go on become a medical doctor, when previously most Bahamians would not go beyond a grade 6 education.
Tell that story.
But from the lips of such a beneficiary,
Yes.
you would see a purposeful effort to cast that important political legacy to a liberation of a people in a most negative light. Is it any surprise, therefore, that this government chose our first honor of a national hero to be shared between the late leader of the UBP and the leader of the Quiet Revolution? So we understand it's an agenda. It's an agenda of historical revisionism to reimpose domination and control. This time, though, we're trying to get the cooperation of the masses. And so we are not surprised that we will hear them talk about the PLP in the 1980s and the challenges our small nation faced. Prime Minister does that a lot, the 1980s, during the national address. Our small nation faced as a geographically convenient archipelagic location in the game of transshipment of drugs between major states. That, however, is not racist, they say. They fail, however, to properly analyze the destabilizing effect that era had on our social and economic life. They will not tell you that that phenomenon affected people from all walks of life and races, that involvement directly and indirectly implicated persons of all political persuasions and prominence,
Yes.
including the former leader of the FNM,
Yes.
who spoke of his involvement in the acquisition of Norman's Key as a one-shot deal. It affected people in religious communities, the uniformed branches, and ordinary people in undeveloped islands. It raised questions about the morality of entrapment by American agents.
Yes.
It was indeed a complex and difficult time. And many will recall the video of the late leader of this party and former Prime Minister speaking to NBC and vigorously defending the Bahamas. It's sad. That was a sad time. We can't talk about our history, but you could do that. You could try to cast the Progressive Labour Party in that way. Of course, we know in whose interest it is that these constant narratives about the PLP, the party of majority rule, are pursued. We understand it's complicated, and which must prove most pleasing to some in the free national movement. But we know today that more than ever in the life of our country, that despite the advances of 1967, our luta continua against greed, inequity, and exploitation. Structurally, we continue to face many of the old challenges, particularly in our economy and the division of wealth. The Bahamians feel it, they know it, and they're talking about it every day. But this is not about race, however. The discussion is about equity and fairness for all Bahamians, black and white, young and old, as we seek to build a rich, harmonious, and prosperous nation. This can never be achieved if we see policies, as we see here in this budget, which punishes the poor and middle classes with the brunt of austerity policies by giving big breaks to the top 1% or 2%, whatever it is, of wealthy domestic and international interests. 10, the positive initiatives touted as some signature paradigm of a new day of efficiency and accountability by this administration are by and large projects that were met in progress by this administration and do not represent any new paradigm as you claim. The member for Exuma made this point. And these structural reforms include, and I'm repeating them, the upgrade of the financial management system. Because, you were telling them as your great sort of, this is who we are, not like y'all. But this is what you met in train. The financial management system, inclusive of the eventual replacement of the J.D. Edwards and SSA global system, the establishment of the Small Business Development Center, which forms the centerpiece of all that much that you had to say, the establishment of the Interdevelopment Revenue Task Force, the Revenue Enforcement Unit, reporting to the Minister of Finance, the engagement of PwC to determine whether the Ministry of Finance was fit for purpose in the modern Bahamas, the engagement of KPMG to examine public service pension reform, the further engagement of an actuary, Mr. Derek Osborne, to develop a framework for this reform. I'm taking this straight from your contribution. The electronic single window, now dubbed Click to Share, the modernization of the property tax regime and outsourcing collection, which we heard about here, but it sounded like it was a new idea, to experienced private agencies, the new public procurement framework, you heard of procurement. These were all initiatives you met in train, and which you now seek to hijack as your own, even as you berate the prior administration. When you take all these things away, what is there if you can point to? Your only indigenous manifest attainment has been increasing VAT and bringing Oban to the Bahamas, a complete and utter embarrassing debacle for the Bahamian people. 11, and more importantly, the introduction of fundamentally regressive laws which have taken our country back to pre-1967 immigration policies. Work permits may now be issued to foreign workers on a virtual automatic basis for certain industries and businesses without the usual due diligence to determine whether there's a Bahamian to fill the position. Yes. And the amendment to the Immigration Act, which will now allow foreign professionals to enter the Bahamas for 14 days at a time to work and to attend meetings and to work or whatever it is they're going to be doing. These provisions violate the tenets of the Bahamianization policy, which allowed post-1967 for the Bahamian people. This is a colossal error in the development of the Bahamian people, and one that must be repealed and corrected by a new PLP government as a matter of first action. These policies will forever marginalize the Bahamian people by prioritizing foreign interests in our economy over and above the Bahamian people. In an attempt to sell these policies to the Bahamian people, we were told that by incentivizing others, and in particular the top 1% or 2%, whatever it is, of our economy, something will trickle down to the Bahamian people. An economic theory that is today thoroughly discredited, but which we keep hearing as the rationale to push the Bahamian people back. But I say again, the Bahamian people are not a trickle-down people. We are a great people, capable of creating an enormous wave of progress. Policies must therefore understand the basic tenet and calls for the seizing of power in the hands of the Bahamian people. That's when we want to hold the power. That's the dream, not a trickle down. There's nothing in this budget which either truly promotes or even recognizes it. This is a budget without any vision for the Bahamian people. So far as it relates to the promotion of some fidelity to upholding the fiduciary responsible to the Bahamian people, I believe this has been adequately debunked, primarily by the administration's willingness. And I think this is what has caused me to say you've debunked that fidelity, fiduciary responsibility, by this administration's willingness to endorse and promote the right of a sitting cabinet minister to benefit from a government contract, the farce of bringing it to the House and approving without unanimous consent, which I believe is the true intent in the Constitution. That's why you bring it. But you instead used your dominance in the Parliament. You might as well didn't bring it. What was that about? Dominance in the Parliament to accord economic benefit to a sitting cabinet minister.
Shame.
This is indeed reminiscent of the status quo pre-1967. Yes. That's how Parliament was used pre-1967. And the cabinet.
Yes.
Because of this refusal to be transparent, and because with the post office deal, we see that you have a warped view as it relates to what is appropriate in terms of involvement of ministers in financial matters or conflicts of interest, that we must, as a people now, be on our guard and closely scrutinize your initiatives. Your judgment is off. We now not only have a deficit of credibility, we have a deficit of trust. Meanwhile, the post office, as an institution, continues to be compromised. I'm advised that the space in the town center mall is inadequate for the full operations of the general post office, and that the configuration of the space raises serious concerns as it relates to the Universal Postal Union. We go through this before. They have very peculiar specifics about how things happen, for a number of reasons which I don't want to go to in a public way. I am further advised that there are security concerns evidenced most recently by the batteries being stolen from several post office vehicles parked at the town center mall. I understand that quite apart from the controversy surrounding the destruction of mails, that over the last several months, there have been significant periods where international mails have accumulated for weeks and have not been dispatched. A serious concern arises from the closure of the Akron's post office for a very, very long time. I don't know, it's more than a year, I'm told, which resulted recently in some 15 mail bags being returned to Nassau unopened. Concerns are raised about other post office locations which currently operate on reduced hours, some for extended periods of time. The post office has been sacrificed under this administration's watch. There was a PPP for the construction of a custom-designed building sanctioned by the Ministry of Finance to include a staff cafeteria and nursery for young mothers. However, this was halted and abandoned. Then came the announcement to move the post office to Gladstone Road. For a year, nothing happened. And then, of course, here we are, the town center mall decision. We will be waiting to hear what is the medium to long-term plans for the general post office. But I call on the minister, and that's the Minister of Transport, in the interest of transparency, to lay the lease on the table of Parliament, to shed light on all of the terms of the agreement, including the obligation for electricity and real property tax. We do not believe requisite fiduciary transparency has ever been adequately demonstrated by the Minister of Tourism and Aviation, who chose to come to this House with selected disclosure whilst omitting disclosure on major public projects, thereby raising the specter of non-transparency. For example, the member was anxious to speak to the Western Air Terminal and did so in a way which suggested some untoward actions or considerations. Yes. He was misleading, deliberately misrepresenting the facts. I warned the member, and let me just say this, I'm going to be diplomatic here, that offenses against the Customs Management Act are now, based on this new legislation, National Crime Intelligence Agency, deemed security threats. Let me just throw it out. It's in that area. No, I believe that there. So I don't want him to with me now, okay? The truth is, though, that the trailers which housed, and the trailers that house airport personnel, customs, immigration, airport security, etc., in North Andros, deteriorated to such an extent that it became a health emergency, and varying government agencies had to quit literally immediately. The owner of Western Air Terminal facility immediately agreed. We thank him. Yep. Immediately agreed for the personnel to immediately relocate without talking about $1, so as to minimize exposure to serious health risks to Bahamian professionals, whilst not disrupting airport operations in the interest of the Andros economy. It was intended to be a temporary or short-term solution, and a comparison of the lease rate for the terminal in San Andres to rent paid on buildings in New Providence, which is what the minister did, is misleading. The Western Air rate, which was approved by the Cabinet, not by me, and vetted by the Attorney General's office, included all utilities, inclusive of electricity and janitorial services. But in addition, this arrangement was first conceived as an offset for taxes owed by the shareholders of Western Air. Wow. So the daughter didn't actually transfer. I am told, I saw the daughter issued a statement today, and she said the first time they received the dollar was from that same minister who came in here. The offset of taxes owned by the shareholders of Western Air, and was always meant to be temporary and a short-term solution, and one that had a minimum cash outlay by the government. The member of Freetown indicted himself by his own words by explaining why this, in his words, hell no, No way, that's what they told us. The erosion persisted under his watch for 2 years. And it's because he claims he was so busy and, he had a big ministry. You heard him. But yet he comes here to point a finger and pat himself on the back. If it is the terrible deal that he says it is, which we do not accept, I want the record to reflect that, it was never intended to be long-term, but became long-term under his watch and at his hand, and that his concerns are of his own making and due to his negligence. Further, the reference to special interest is gratuitous and a lone effort to create a fake scandal. In fact, one of the co-owners was a candidate for the FNM in the 2012 general elections. But I wonder how she and her family feels.
Feel badly.
How they feel. Hearing their name bandied about in this house in a manner suggesting some irregularity or disrepute. The Westerner family have excelled in this country, and their success should not be begrudged by someone, who looks like he has a problem with certain people acquiring wealth, including those in the gaming industry. No, this is the problem. This is a recurring pattern. As I previously indicated, that 2 years as the Minister of Aviation, he should come with a solution of a new terminal, not a grandiose announcement of new trailers. Should be embarrassed. What I do find interesting, however, is the Minister in his exposition on trailers gave no mention of the firemen at the Lyndon Tinley International Airport. They're listening to me now. Currently housed in trailers. He likes trailers instead of their trailers, which they say are deteriorating and posing serious health concerns. I'm advised that many of them listened intently to his speech and were terribly disappointed that he, whilst engaged in this political frolic of the Western Air, made no mention of their plight. And they're an essential service, nor offered any solution, despite their urgent circumstances. Though I must say he did express some concern for the fire engines. It is interesting that the benefit to the Androsians would cause him such angst, but the suffering of the firemen deserved no mention. I recall the plans were completed by the prior administration. I was referring it to Fed Island, to be sure, to remember, for a new modern crash fire rescue quarters. Perhaps that minister should make inquiry as a matter of urgency so as to not squander whatever goodwill may be left right now to those critical stakeholders. What is interesting, however, are the details Freetown has not been prepared to divulge, while he chose to put those hard-working, entrepreneurial Androsians on full blast. Yes. We become very concerned when ministers come to this debate with selective disclosure. This seems to be the order of the day for the member of Freetown. There was no mention of the redevelopment of the Prince George Wharf in the budget communication.
Not a word.
Or the subsequent presentation by the Minister of Tourism. Nor the communication, nor the minister. It is unfortunate that this major development is wrapped up in secrecy. In the Cayman Islands, the government there is embarking on a PPP to build a new cruise terminal which will be managed, owned, and operated by the local port authority, not some foreign entity holding up our dock for 20 years. They have secured funding commitments from the major cruise lines, quoting on here. They were guided in this effort by a study done by PwC. Meanwhile, though, in the Bahamas, we seem to have been guided by, and I think the minister said this, by an unsolicited bid approach from the company that they've now given the bid to, which was eventually awarded the development rights. The Bahamian people would again be shortchanged in this transaction, much like the Arawak Port development transaction, both in limited investment opportunity and high usage fees. The government has not yet explained how this development is to be funded, and strangely has made no provision for this in the upcoming budget. We ask, and I want to ask this, because you've told us nothing, does any sitting cabinet minister, and because you all believe in this, have any direct or indirect interest in this project? And I ask this, I ask the Bahamian people this, Mr. Speaker, how dare this government, how dare you seek to divest control of one of the most important ports to our national economy, to a foreign entity, without any transparency, and for 20 years? We heard that this minister speak about capital works of NAB. I'm talking about this selective disclosure. But we, the Bahamian people, have yet to hear whether there was an RFP. Who is carrying out the runway repaving works? How was the contractor selected? I saw a figure saying it's 200 million in the newspapers. How was this happen? The renovation of the runway at NAD is a major project, major. And the fact that the selection of the contractor appears not to have undergone a public tendering process is disturbing. We don't know because we've been given no information about that major project. But you're in trouble with Western Air, though.
Yes.
This is unfortunate, as NAD is 100% government-owned company and should abide by the same procurement rules as any other government entity. The minister's reference to the airport financing structure is again misleading. The debt in the airport, remember we talked about how he saved so much money, remember? Okay. The airport financing structure was again misleading. The debt in the airport financing structure was conceived and approved by an airport authority and NAD board under the chairmanship of the Honorable Frank Watson, and by a Ministry of Finance headed by the Right Honorable Hubert A. Ingram, and an F&M cabinet that includes the present Prime Minister and was based on market conditions at the time. I'm not quarreling it. Your minister did, but he's now drawn you into the web. We guys did the web, but you guys did. Fuck marble web. It may have been expensive, but this was done by an F&M administration. So I don't know what he's talking about. What was that about? The refinancing of this debt was a sound decision, however. Then several it is curious, however, that CIBC was the selected underwriter. Then several institutions, including Citibank, which conceived the structure approved earlier by the F&M administration, were in a much better position to carry out the transaction. As the minister noted, the chairman of NAD is an ex-banker with former ties to CIBC Bank. I only put it on the table. We have a concern, Mr. Speaker, when wealth-creating opportunities are kept so close to your chest. In addition, the decision to extend the arrangement of Vantage, that's the airport management company, they had a 10-year contract. We heard by the wayside that it has been extended. No formal announcement. Nothing. We would like to know what were the details of this extended arrangement. Vantage has profited nicely from the management agreement at the airport. I know because I was the minister when they came here in the first instance. But we never intend them to be forever and ever. You have very good people there and you should take them on board. But this is a foreign company. Vantage has profited nicely from the management agreement at the airport to date. But the government has not received any dividends from NAD. This is not appropriate going forward, as the operations in the airport have proven very profitable for Vantage. And it won't make sense that this profit is shared with the ultimate shareholder, the Bahamian people. The original agreement with YVRS, now Vantage, had built-in performance targets, and one would have thought that before any extension was given, and like I said, you don't know anything about it, you just did it. I came to Parliament when we did these things, but you're just doing it, and you're sharing some, you're keeping some. And would have thought that before any extension was given, the government would have been able to report on whether Vantage had achieved the financial and operational targets in that agreement, as well as disclose any new targets which the government would want to set for the next 10-year period, or however long the agreement's for. We don't know. I think it's 10 years. We don't even know in the Bahamas. Who knows in the Bahamas what happened here? To simply announce a multi-year extension of an agreement so significant to the well-being of this economy is not good enough, especially in the face of consistent complaints from airline operators about high fees and failing infrastructure, the baggage belt, etc. And I think the minister said they're going to put a new baggage belt in. The work on the FRR is very important from a sovereignty position. As the minister becomes more informed, the public has seen a reduction in his outlandish statements on this topic. It is very clear that the member chose to speak extensively and everywhere on this issue without fully understanding it. He clearly did not understand the state-to-state engagement on the issue between the Commonwealth of the Bahamas and the United States of America, that it addressed an agreement made between the United Kingdom and the United States of America when we were a colony, assigning use and control of our sovereign airspace. The culmination of the execution of the Declaration of Intent in March of 2017 between the two states was a landmark paradigm in the Bahamas regaining its sovereign rights. It was the product of years of negotiations, bilateral meetings, exchange of documents. He clearly did not understand the intricacies of the progress required when he promised in 2017-18, he did in this House, in his budget speech, that the Bahamas would be controlling its airspace in the next 12 months. That was ludicrous at the time. He did not fully appreciate the import of the retroactive exemption of overflight fees for all Bahamian aircraft landing and taking off in the Bahamian airspace, a saving of millions. And I think he spoke to Rotary or someone and said, they didn't do anything much. So this is the approach to this. But I was disappointed to hear that the minister has chosen not to prioritize the establishment of our country's own flight information region, especially in light of the commitment given by the United States in that declaration signed in March 2017. They said they will support the Bahamas in establishing our own flight information region with neighboring states and with ICAO. The prior administration was already actively pursuing this component. We're doing it on a parallel basis. It's about sovereignty. Everyone said we collect some money, but it's about sovereignty. And the money, but sovereignty. What the minister clearly, whilst the minister clearly seeks to pretend that he is a maverick in this venture, and in fact asserted that the Americans, he said that in here, that the Americans told him that they were wondering why no Bahamian before him sought to address the issue. He is by and large merely executing the foundation of that agreement. Yeah, he did. I had to lay a communication here, previously struck between the two countries. Without that agreement, that minister would not be speaking to this issue at all. We would also have expected in this regard to hear the minister's commitment to building capacity in air traffic services and the recruitment and training of air traffic controllers in this country, because that's a component of it, in controlling our own airspace. We trust that after 2 years, that there will be actual movement on the Exuma and North Eleuthera airports, as in the former administration, we completed the plans. The plans for Exuma were virtually complete. I think they were complete. We had begun the process at North Eleuthera, but it was just more discussion-based and nothing substantial. But Exuma plans were fundamentally complete. There was no mention of the Mayaguana and Moores Island airport terminals, for which prototype architectural plans were completed by the Ministry of Works, which was to also include Great Harbour Key, with 3 airports, Moores Island, Mayaguana, and Great Harbour Key. We've not heard about the other 2 airports, using a rationale for Great Harbour Key because of a Cocoa Key. But development has to be more than based on some foreign direct investment project. Yes, it must. Yes, it stirs, it fuels investment. I see someone on the government side querying maybe why Mayaguana needs their terminal. Mayaguana needs their terminal. The survey works for Moores Island runway extension were also completed for the extension of that runway. And I would just want to know, has this project been abandoned? Has it been abandoned? We heard your mention of PPPs. Airports. Are any underway, and who are they with? Is this another non-disclosed piece of information? The redevelopment of airports in the Family Islands is important to the future development of this country. The funding provided by the IDB is not enough to complete the redevelopment of the major Family Island airports, as it was the intent that this development be funded by a PPP. And I'm looking at my time, and I want to get to social services. Oban? I agree with you. You say it's foolishness. I would you on that. You and I on the same page on that one. While they've been fixing up their rich associates, as we see in the special concession to microbreweries, and I'm told there's only one. Only one. Special concession for only one. But the name is well known to this government. We compare the treatment of the poor through the amendments to the Stamp Act, and the member for Exuma spoke about this. While on the one hand, you've allowed basically the rich and the mega rich to open U.S. dollars accounts, you've levied a new tax that will hurt the likes of hotel workers, straw vendors, and taxi drivers, who, when they take their earnings that they work so hard for to the bank, will have to pay an additional stamp fee, 1.5%? 1.5%. But it's for the conversion. Yes, yes, yes. When we look at what has been done in the Department of Social Services, I'll come back to it, but I'll finish my thing on social services. The government, when we introduced VAT, we were told by the experts that when you implement VAT, you do it across the board. The way you create equity is to increase social assistance. What you did was increase the level of VAT by 60%, and you reduced social assistance. Basically, you threw poor people to the wolves. Speaker. The government has continued to demonstrate, the numbers, you saw it in uniforms and food, all kinds of things. The minister knows. No. We're talking about, and then when you increased VAT, Speaker, Speaker, they have budgeted $1.3 million less in the fiscal year 2019-20 as compared to 2018-19 in the overall budget to provide for an increase, because you did increase uniform assistance this time.
My apologies. The chair recognizes the honourable member for Southern Shore on a point of order.
For clarification, I would have indicated while making my contribution that there was a decrease in the overall budget. However, that decrease had no effect on any social assistance. Every category of social assistance was increased. That decrease was as a result of observation that there was some it came from personal emoluments. The observation was a number of persons would have left either through retirements, death, whatever, and that it was no longer necessary to attribute those funds for personal emoluments, but every category of personal assistance, food assistance, uniform assistance, all were increased. And so I accept the decrease, but I don't want the decrease to be attributed to any assistance for personal, the vulnerable, etc. There is no decrease in those areas.
Mr. Speaker, let me tell you where I see there's been reductions. There's been reductions in, no, I'm trying to get my notes together here. In the social assistance benefit, look at page 136. Reduced from 1 million to 488,951. You have it there? Social assistance benefits. And then additionally, you have put no allocation for the National Council for the International Year of Older Persons, no allocation for the National Committee for Child Abuse Prevention. Right. Right. So explain this to me, the social assistance benefit. You saw it? Okay. You understand it? From 1 million to 480, where's up there? No.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for East Grand Bahama.
as I mentioned, as I mentioned when I presented the budget, there is a different format. The 2019-20 budget format is in this new GFS format, and the way that the numbers roll up is different using the new chart of accounts. And so what happens is that where you might have had one line item that says food assistance, for instance, you may now have the total amount may be broken up between food assistance, water, I don't quote me on that number, but it would be broken up between different elements of assistance. So you wouldn't necessarily be able to compare line by line. Right? What you need to look at is the total of social assistance. And that's a better comparison if you want to make that kind of a comparison.
Speaker, I have a number.
It's not a problem.
When we get to the head, we're going to go through it line by line to verify that. But Speaker, the lack of funding has led the department to revert, this is last year, the year we're currently in, to issuing paper-based food vouchers as opposed to direct debit to recipients. The results...
The chair recognizes Honorable Member Southern Shores on point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I would have indicated yesterday that we resorted to the paper voucher not because of a lack of funding, but because the BOD cards would have expired. The Bank of the Bahamas was anticipating a block renewal of all the cards. That didn't happen. And so persons who would have had the autonomy of going to the store because the monies were deposited directly to the card now had to go to the centers to collect a voucher. But it had nothing to do with the lack of funds.
Honorable members, just so we could be clear on what just happened, the member was simply given an explanation for an interpretation. It wasn't a point of order. He had already spoken, and he's entitled to give an explanation if he feels that it's being, what he said was being misinterpreted.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No, I appreciate, I heard him when he spoke, but I know that the food assistance was reduced drastically last year, so was uniforms last year, and it is my view that there was a resource issue in the Department of Public Service. But let me just say this, the results of this regression were predictable as the department is grappling to manage and you didn't tell us this, the redemption claims of significant amounts from non-traditional sources, like gaming houses, not food stores. Perhaps, and which could be a sign of fraud. You need to get information on that. Yes, I'm saying that the department is grappling with managing the redemption claims of significant amounts from non-traditional sources, from the paper voucher, from gaming houses. No, it wasn't, I don't think it was gambling, I don't know, not food stores. Perhaps a sign of fraud, which the previous minister, Melanie Griffin, worked so hard to stamp out. However, when a government does not pay its bills on a timely basis, this type of activity should be expected. You inherited this, You inherited that budget belongs to someone else. They have not adjusted grant amounts to most charities, which depend on public support to assist the poor. And this is mean-spirited when you consider that they are now have to pay increased VAT, but you've not increased the amount that they are entitled to. You have overseen the devastation of the progress that was made to uplift persons with disabilities with the council. This is not just before your time. That council was left in limbo for an extended period of time. I talked to people myself, Speaker. But I do not see funding for the gender affairs. Okay, but it's a department in its own right, and it should be given its allocation.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Southern Shores.
I don't have my book with me because I relied on the fact that I knew that Anderson had some questions she would have asked, but she didn't. But okay, you didn't want to. I appreciate that. The gender and family is in the annex at the back page. $350,000 is allotted for gender and family.
Thank you, honorable member.
Thank you. Thanks, Speaker. I submit that that department is so important that it should have its noted funding and not being an annex. Speaker, and as I want to say a little bit of national security. I see the minister leaving now. The minister was in here. That's my cousin. The minister was boasting about who was a doer and who was a talker. But there is a reality here. The Bahamas is facing sustained levels of violence. We monitor the reductions, but we note the levels remain high. Indeed, the night before that member spoke, there was a murder. And in the day after and last night, there were 2 more tragic killings. 3 days, 3 murders in 3 days, and several shootings. There is a fear of the prevalence of guns in this society. And so we note with concern, I believe I heard the minister indicate, and he's here, that more gun certificates have been issued. And I would like to know which category of gun licenses, who are getting the guns, particularly if they're handguns, and has there been a change of policy? Because that has its own implications. Speaker, Bahamians do not feel safer. The fear of crime is still real. It's just the reality of it in the Bahamas. We have to keep working on all the issues to cause for a paradigm shift in what has been a growing phenomenon of violence in the Bahamas. Speaker, I want to end the way I started. This budget lacks vision. There is nothing to inspire a developing people to hope for a new day. And the burning question, rhetorical though it is, are the Bahamian people better off today than they were just 2 years ago? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Southern Shores.
Mr. Speaker, maybe on a point of clarification, I don't want the member to leave the impression that the previous budget, even while I accept that there was a decrease in the allocation for uniform allowance, I don't want the member to leave the impression that persons would have been disenfranchised as a result of that, because I would have clearly stated that $270,000 was allocated for uniforms. After our assessment, 1,000 plus persons were assisted throughout the Bahamas, and we still only spent $255,000 of that. It was afterwards that I would have given some instructions that since we have some monies left over, go and review some persons who, because maybe of some shortage of document, may have been refused, and so additional persons were assisted. No one was left disenfranchised as a result of the reduction. And still, noting the anxiety that was created, you would see the responsiveness in this year's budget going from $270,000 to an excess of $400,000.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Angleston.
Thank you, Speaker. No, what I want the member to understand is there's a fundamental point. You increased a tax for the ordinary poor in this country, and then you reduced social assistance, which included uniforms. Now, it may be that in hindsight, that you came back and you decided that you would, make the adjustment. Perhaps that's what it was. But I know that I personally dealt with people who were not able to access uniform assistance. And let me just say, Speaker, I don't blame social workers because they do the best they can with what they have. I'm talking about the policymakers in this country. And perhaps the member, Speaker, should consider the career path for social workers. I meant to mention that.
The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Southern Shores.
I would have commenced my contribution by thanking the good people and acknowledge that The research had been done. Monies were spent for overtime trying to complete the research and to have it in time, but it is left for the career path. It is left at public service. And again, back to the point of uniform. While I appreciate what the member would have said about the tax being increased and the allocation being decreased, I understand that fundamental argument, but my response still remains that notwithstanding, the monies that were allocated still appear to be more than that which was necessary, because some monies were left over to the extent that I was able to direct that we go and try to help some more persons.
But just so remember, was no Speaker, so you'll understand on the ground. I need to be in Montelite sometimes. Okay? But I want to know. but Mr. Speaker, let me. I think that what the minister should be cognizant of, to the extent that people were disillusioned, frustrated, embarrassed, humiliated, so the numbers do not reflect what I think your argument I don't think your argument necessarily reflects the reality. It's just, it's a lesson as we move forward. I mean, I think that's what it has come down to. I hear your argument, but I don't believe it's empirical as to the facts on the ground.
Honorable members, so that we can proceed.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honorable members.
Mr. Speaker, I dare not accept that my argument may not be empirical, because my argument is the one that is supported by actual figures. And so if we're talking about empirical, I would have to believe that my argument is empirical. Thank you, Campbell, turn them away? Oh, no. Well, see, again, I say to you that there was some anxiety caused as a result of misinformation. And anyone who you believe didn't come back, I just think send them back. Send them back. Send them back. No. You don't accept that.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama.
One point that the member made with respect to the 1.5% stamp on deposits. She indicated that persons depositing their money would be subject to this 1.5%. That is not the correct. What the amendment suggests is that previously, persons, foreigners, two foreigners, it's in the, you've got the act. You've got it. I don't have it in front of me. It suggests previously, if two foreigners sold land to one to the other, and they took the money out of the country, they paid 1.5% on that transfer. What happens now under the amendment? So if they transferred the money, if they sold the property one foreigner to another foreigner in foreign currency, and they deposited it in the Bahamas, then there was no stamp tax attached. And so what the amendment is trying to fix is that anomaly. Whether the money leaves the country or whether it stays in a Bahamian bank, the 1.5% is still applicable. But it's on foreign currency to foreign currency. That's all it's trying to fix.
Honorable members. Honorable member, just before we proceed, honorable member for Carolina, the honorable member for Angleston ended with a question, and then a discussion ensued with respect to lessons. Now, I don't want to appear from the chair to be lecturing. I know some members seem to be concerned about that, but I want members to be aware of the rules. You know, the chair wouldn't appear to be lecturing if the members refer to the rules. Now, with respect to questions, please have a look at Rule 57. Because Rule 57, subsection 3 says every question shall conform to the following rules. And it lists a number of them, and some of them are constantly being breached. In other words, let me just read a few. All questions must conform to the following rules. And the last time I Googled all meant all. Subsection 3C. Questions shall not contain any argument, inferences, imputation, epithet, tendentious, I hope I pronounced that right, ironical or offensive expression. Let me go down to I. All questions may not ask for an expression of opinion, for interpretation of law or solution of a hypothetical proposition. In other words, you cannot frame a hypothetical proposition and then say it's a question. And there are many other rules with respect to questions. So I just want members to be aware of that. That is not simply in terms of framing a statement as a question. There are some rules with respect to that. For example, I'll give you an example. If I ask you a question, was it 10 or 11 o'clock when you committed a crime, the inference there is that there's no question that you committed a crime. It's just a question of whether it was 10 or 11. You see? So I just wanted to bring that to members' attention. No, I just said you ended the question that led me into...
The question is, are we better off today? That was a...
Yeah, no, that wasn't the question that I was referring to.
What question was that? I remember the question.
The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, the member brought up to speak about the amendment to the Stamp Act. I just want Lee to just respond to what his bill says, and so we could understand how he is interpreting it, because it's clearly not the way I am reading it. So the member from East Grand Bahama could tell me. The amendment, and first of all, he suggests that this is the case anyhow. If it's the case anyhow, then you have to have an amendment. That's what you said. Okay, but let me just read what your amendment says. A transaction. No, it's good. You raise it. If you said she's incorrect, I just wanted a transaction, instrument, or receipt whereby funds are converted into foreign currency, whether or not such funds are remitted or transferred. Right? So if I take the Bahamian dollars and convert it to US dollars, I have to pay 1.5% on that money. That's the point we're making. That's not the case. If the case, you would need this then. Why you need this then? Why do you need the amendment if it's the case today? That's all.
The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for East Grand Bahama.
I don't want to get into the back and forth either, because I'm not the lawyer either. But the point that I made is that when you convert the money and export the foreign currency, you pay the 1.5% today. No, today. If you put it into a Bahamian dollar, a US dollar account in a Bahamian bank, you do not pay the 1.5% today. Let me clarify that. There is a debate among the legal community that you are mandated to pay that 1.5%. And so what the amendment is suggesting, and trying to clarify and make clear, is that regardless of whether the foreign currency is exported or whether it's put into a local institution, you still pay the 1.5%. That's all it's trying to do, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
But I will have the Attorney General look at it again, just to make sure that what we are suggesting is in fact. Pardon me? No, it's not a qualified point. Mr. Speaker, again, that is what we intended to do, and we will check it to make sure that we are right. But that is what it's trying to do. Simple.
As many? The chair recognizes the honourable member for Centerville. Honourable members, the chair recognizes the honourable member for Centerville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A person is a person, no matter how small. And I attribute the opening of my presentation to my good family, Dr. April Finlayson. Congratulations to her, and we are very proud of you. People are people, no matter how small. Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker and honorable members. Today, I would like to begin my presentation with somewhat of an unusual request. I would like to ask every Bahamian under the sound of my voice to recommit themselves, to recommit ourselves to this great Bahama land, pledging our allegiance. If you are bedridden in the Princess Margaret Hospital, or even disabled, let's recommit ourselves. If you are behind our prison walls, let's recommit ourselves. If you are at work and listening or watching via television or listening by radio, let's recommit ourselves. College students abroad and Bahamians worldwide listening via the internet, continue to pray and pledge. If you are a PLP, an FNM, DNA, if you are Bahamian, let's recommit ourselves. This is something we all should have learned from kindergarten and has nothing to do with partisan politics. So let's pledge, let's continue to pledge our allegiance to the flag and to the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, for which it stands, one people united in love and service. That pledge, Mr. Speaker, was very important, and one of the most important things we can do today. Too much is at stake, too much to lose, as we look forward to celebrating our 46th birthday next month. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank all the members of Parliament for their commitment to this nation, for their love of country, and for their service to our people. I want to thank honorable senators for the role that they play in passing legislation to govern our country, and for their commitment as well. I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, Chair of the Legislature in the Bahamas, and Mr. Deputy, for our times. With your own words and actions, you give me hope for a better future. You continue to understand and educate, and God's love of this country continues to manifest itself through your admonitions. The opposition, you have been and continue to be a wealth of knowledge for me and our country. And to this sitting administration, my administration, many of you, I hasten to say, are very good people, and I am sure you are doing the best you can with what you have and with what you know. While I am on my thank you list and my thank you feet, Mr. Speaker, let me take this opportunity to thank the Free National Movement. A special thank you to the council members and the meritorious council members who believed in the party even when they disagreed, who believed in me even when I disagreed, who stood with me in 1987 as I accompanied Dame Janet Bostwick, in 1992 with the Honorable Calvin Johnson, in 1997 when I assisted with the Honorable Mr. Michael Pintard, in 2002 with Mrs. Pauline Mann in St. Thomas More. In 2007, with myself in St. Thomas More. In 2012, St. Anne's with the Honorable Mr. Hubert Chipman. And in 2017, with myself once again in Centerville. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you again. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, we are in fact running a country, not a company. We are dealing with people, not things. For what does it profit a man to gain the whole world, but to lose his only soul? What does it profit a country to use austere models, methodologies, and policies, but to lose the soul of the Bahamian people, the heart and the soul of the Bahamian family, the value and the soul, Mr. Speaker, of the Bahamas? The center of the body, Mr. Speaker, is where you would find your heart. It is where I would find my heart. The center of the Bahamas, Mr. Speaker, is Nassau, and the center of Nassau is Centerville. So it is true to say that the heartbeat of our country is in Centerville. This is where you would find the people of the 50s that shaped our present, and the people of the 60s and 70s that took care of us, struggling to build a nation of ownership. Someone, Mr. Speaker, even stopped telling them about who they were and what they owned, thus eliminating the power of wealth, dignity, and success of generations of Bahamians. It was Mason's edition that produced Willa Francis and the Lockharts. It was the Valley, Mr. Speaker, that produced our third Prime Minister. And it was East Street, Mr. Speaker, that produced the late Bernard Norwich and our very own, my very own, Miss Bahamas, from Teller, Chipman, Rowe, and the list goes on and on and on. That's Centerville, Mr. Speaker, the heartbeat of our country. Our country of 700 islands and keys. If you take account of Bahamians coming from our family islands to visit, friends and family in Nassau, I would guess that 8 out of 10 of them end up in Centerville somewhere. Because, Mr. Speaker, it is the heartbeat of the Bahamas, and home is where the heart is. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for an opportunity to present in the 2019-2020 budget debate. As always, I thank God and the wonderful people of Centerville, because without them, I would not be here today, not only representing them, but a way of being a national voice for our people, the Bahamian people. Today is a very special day for me, Mr. Speaker, as I would like to wish my lovely sister, Fantella Chipman Rowe, a happy birthday. As Centerville continues to recognize women who dare to stand for fairness and justice for our people, she will undoubtedly be the recipient of the Centerville prestigious Thumbs Up Award this month. I am so glad I came to know an amazing God. And that is not to say I am not a sinner. It is simply to say I know him. And I am encouraged by him. And I encourage anyone who doesn't know him to get to know him. That is where faith, hope, and love abides, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, fortunately for the Bahamas and our nation and our people, God is our Alpha and the Omega, and therefore the only ruler of time, and everything in its time. We don't want things to remain the same, Mr. Speaker. Same old, same old. But if same old is not good and not just, he sends his champions along to ensure that his work gets done. For only what is done for good and in God will last. I was thinking today, Mr. Speaker, as I took my seat, that to my right would be Kalani, and to my left, sorry, to my right would be Freetown, and to my left would be Kalani, to show their support for me. However, that didn't happen, so I will move forward. But thank you very much. Thank you very much, We will move the country, and we will move forward, Mr. Speaker. Our nation, Mr. Speaker, is frustrated. For more than 10 years, only receiving minimum to my right is Pilot, and to my left is Mount Mariah. And you too will undoubtedly make your thing. Our nation, Mr. Speaker, is frustrated. When you have worked for the government for more than 20 years, only receiving minimum wage, and not P&P, you become frustrated. When your leaders cannot be trusted, not even with the words that come out of their mouths, you become frustrated. When the tourism and fishing industry are not your own, you become frustrated. When the cost of living continues to increase, unemployment rises, and crime becomes unpredictable, you get frustrated. Mr. Speaker, our nation is becoming and is frustrated. When churches need politicians to get a piece of land, and when your promotion or salary increase depends on your politics, you become frustrated. The frustration impacts your home life because you need to find another job to help make ends meet. Public servants, Mr. Speaker, are having to become security guards and housekeepers on the side to make up their salaries, and therefore not enough time to bring up or care for our children. Mr. Speaker, when the waiters and bartenders tips, paid school fees, and bought Sunday dinner, and that is no longer discretionary, a country becomes frustrated. The frustration of our nation, Mr. Speaker, is taking a toll, and I predict we will become even more frustrated as the reality of how we got here sinks in. Mr. Speaker and honorable colleagues, with all due respect, we are running a country, not a company. Our nation is frustrated. When your application for a stall in the straw market or your business plan sits on someone's desk for years without an answer, that's frustration, Mr. Speaker. When your child is gunned down and are lost in a plane incident and there's no recourse or even no response, that is frustration. When the government owes you money and it's been a while and turnaround continues, you get frustrated as your child sits in a college dorm or an apartment without food and about to be evicted. When your loved ones, Mr. Speaker, are dying because of inadequate health care and or resources, this is frustration. One may say, or what you may say, what does that have to do with this budget? It has everything to do with this budget, because this is the people's budget. Mr. Speaker and honorable members, we are running a country, not a company. A country has people, Mr. Speaker, and not all of them are employees. Not all of them are employed or even employable. A country believes in its people. A company believes in profits and the bottom line. A country has natural resources. A company has products or services. A country, Mr. Speaker, feels. A company has no feelings. And in most cases, it can care less about its people or its citizenry. One of the hardest questions, Mr. Speaker, in the world to answer is, how do you support someone who does not support you? How do you support an organization that does not support you? How does a Bahamian, how does the Bahamas support people who do not support them? Very interesting, but an ironic concept that holds its roots in the disturbances of the politics of the people. How, Mr. Speaker, does one support a budget that does not support them, but we do? and we accept, and we groan, and we accept, and we cry, and we accept, and we are sickened, and we accept. In politics, Mr. Speaker, like in life, there are so many sides to so many different stories. There's one that makes you feel like something is happening, and then there may be a more real one, a less real one that lets you know that nothing is happening at all. The good thing about life and books, we can all have our own interpretations, and they all ought to be respected. My analysis, Mr. Speaker, of this budget went a little deeper than before. This is the third budget presentation that I'm a part of. And as in any forecast, you look for the vision, the systemic and the systematic change for a nation that cried for change 2 short years ago. The tourism numbers look great, but yet we are unemployed, and the tourism product remain unmonetized. Government must direct a path to ownership. Don't just talk about it. We cannot have a tourism industry we do not own. Government must have a strategic plan to embrace economic equality. It was our people, Mr. Speaker, that brought our stopover visitors back, not things, and not images, and not even advertisements. The fiscal strategy is responsible. East End, and one I can appreciate, but the gap between the haves and the have-nots continue to widen. The gap between the rich and the poor continues to widen. Government, once again, must have a strategic plan to embrace a socio-economy. Career paths are being destroyed due to lack of planning and socio-economic integration. Efficient governance is fine, but Bahamian ownership in its natural resources and the stability, our mental and physical stability of the Bahamian mind, Mr. Speaker, is at an all-time low. Education at the tertiary level, a thumbs up, Mr. Speaker, but our children are not qualifying. We are not getting them to finish school, and in some cases, we aren't even getting them to go to school. Fairness, justice, and righteousness must be the order of the day, Mr. Speaker. I attended a forum at the University of the Bahamas because after the talk of the Westminster system, I wanted to get a better understanding. The Westminster system, as I interpret it, was actually born out of democracy when used as intended. In my opinion, and it may just simply be the art of politics. What politicians here in the Bahamas have craftily done over the years was avoid the part of the Westminster system that actually educates us, that educates us people. For example, avoiding questions and answer days, suspending the House as to avoid member statements at certain times, or even crafting the rule book to avoid answering petitions. Not having an independent parliament, which in itself stagnates growth and development. What a sad state of affairs, Mr. Speaker. If we are truly interested in educating our people, let's educate them. Politics does not like education. Our history has shown that to us. Look at our schools in Centerville. Look at our school board budgets. Look at how much we really know about what's going on in our country. Mr. Speaker, you would know. I would have given notice of 5 select committees. A select committee and for the investigation of fake news, which has now moved into a more dramatic direction, referred to as deep fakes. The Select Committee on Natural Resources and the Sovereign Wealth Fund, the Select Committee on Public-Private Partnerships, a Select Committee on the Quieting Titles Act, and the Select Committee to deal with the rampage and social media with regards to late Mr. Derek Will Kelly. What if Derek Will Kelly was your loved one and wanted to live because of whatever he believed? Should we throw Mr. Derek Will Kelly and his family out to the wolves just because? He is a Bahamian, and he needed to be heard. We must remember that we are all God's people, and none of us is any better or worse than the late Derek Will Kelly. Delusional or not, So his family and those Bahamians referenced in that ordeal will continue to be in my prayers. Politics, Mr. Speaker, divides us. It divides families. Don't be used. And at the end of the day, you have nothing. And you have lost the goodwill of what it means to be human, and what it means to be family, what it means to be Bahamian. These small contracts and jobs that the system gives out is a joke to what you deserve. Talk show hosts, mainstream and streamers, the media, mainstream and bloggers. And let's not forget our Bahamian WhatsApp personalities. You all deserve a lot of credit. You've been doing a good job at educating the Bahamian people. Don't stop, even if it is only your opinion. Don't sell us out. Don't sell our children out. Stay focused. This is about the next generation, not about us. Mr. Speaker, it is a sad state of affairs. Mr. Speaker, I hosted an exhibition on slavery at the Pompey Museum during my tenure at ONMC. And all parliamentarians were invited, and I think one person from the governing side showed up, and 3 from the side opposite. And one apology from the member of Pratt Island, which I can appreciate. They were all invited again to the 100-year church service. Only Mangrove, he showed up again, thank you, sir. And there were maybe 3 or 4 regards. You see, Mr. Speaker, respect, principle, and dignity cannot be bought. They are ingrained. Train up a child in the way they should go, and they will not depart. So selling out for me is not an option. No. Just simply wasn't brought up that way. All of that, Mr. Speaker, was in an attempt to exercise political maturity and parliamentary education in a town that desperately needs it. Political maturity, I guess, our politics is not ready for that. Mr. Speaker, I resigned in protest against the stagnation of a Public Accounts Committee, a most important committee of this House, and to our people, because of a ruling, in my opinion, that was being used by both sides and, in fact, abused and eroded public trust and hindered progress. It definitely diminished my trust. Mr. Speaker, we were unable to get the House to respond to a petition by the people for a Ministry of Natural Resources and or the Sovereign Wealth Fund. Senate asked for the tabling of some announced PPPs, namely the landfill, the port, and ONMC. Nothing. Not even a note of respect for the people of Centerville. Once again, Mr. Speaker, how do you support people who do not support you? How do we support people who do not support us? Tough question, and it's for each and every one of us to answer. Mr. Speaker, we are wearing a frustrated nation because of our work environments, whether it's in the public service and or not, or the private sector. Our environment is not conducive to the respect of the Bahamian citizen, respect for our workers, and respect for each other. When you use politics not to respond to the people, you do not respect them. You do not respect what they voted for. When you say one thing to the people today and something else tomorrow without apology, you do not respect the people, and you do not respect their vote. When people are used for the sake of power, you do not respect them, and you do not respect their vote. When the people voted no, clearly no, in the referendum, and you turn around and do what they say not to do, you don't respect them, and you don't respect their vote. So where is the representation for the people in our parliament? Where is it, Mr. Speaker? So, can you imagine what we are taking home to our children? A mind of degradation, disrespect, and discrimination? What we are passing on to the next generation of Bahamians? Bahamas, we have politics that believe you don't deserve to have anything. We have politics that believe they don't need to listen to you. We have politics that know the law, the land, and the value. So as they give over the hill a piece of bone, they run away with the chicken, the whole meat.
Oh, my Lord.
As they sell us service lots, watch who's running away with the acres of land. As they give us seed money, watch who's running away with the food basket. As they give, Mr. Speaker, us a loan we cannot afford, repossess our cars, and homes, watch who is running away with the bank. As we type Bahamian ownership using calling it shares, I've seen that a lot. Simply Bahamas, follow who is getting what and vote accordingly. That's political maturity. We must think deeper, Bahamians. Too much is at stake. Vote for people who got you. Then we are expected, Mr. Speaker, to be on the job smiling and excited as we take home $210 per week after an already 12% back tax. Really? As the country screams no to WTO, the question becomes, what will we do? Not everyone will understand the fight, but farther along they will be able to appreciate it.
Understand why?
Father Bain at Christchurch Cathedral gave a riveting sermon at the church service in honor of the Chipman Centennial celebration.
I was there.
And he said how they called Jesus a disturber of the peace.
Yes.
He went on to explain that there is no peace where there is injustice and unrighteousness. He said we cannot pretend to have peace because peace is from within. So we may look for peace in here, but it doesn't mean all is well. So, if Mandela could have done 27 years for his people, we should be prepared to do just as much for us. The people of the Bahamas, Mr. Speaker, deserve this. They are depending on us. Accountability and transparency. Mr. Speaker, with regard to the budget, I want to first address the issue of transparency and accountability. The government would have produced quarterly reports and dubbed them accountable and transparent. Transparency and accountability is a culture, Mr. Speaker, not just an event. Financial responsibility is a process, not just a moment in time. Only through transparency and accountability will you get enforcement, which I believe the Revenue Enhancement Unit priority is, hence proper revenue collection. Transparency plus accountability equals enforcement. The government is forecasting increased revenue through enforcement in its collection processes, albeit starting 2021, 21, 22. You cannot enforce, Mr. Speaker, what one doesn't know to be accounted for. And you cannot account for that which is not or what is not transparent. International Public Sector Accounting Standards, IPSAS 24, which the government has indicated they intend to go to from cash basis to modified and then to IPSAS. It speaks to the level of aggregation when presenting budget reports publicly. Aggregation is when numbers are lumped together under a particular heading. Readers are unable at some times to determine, like you would have seen today, what the numbers are, having not been itemized. A certain level of lumping or aggregation, Mr. Speaker, can lead to a lack of transparency and hence a disturbance in an anti-corruption model. I believe that East End had indicated that there was a certain level of consolidation in terms of the numbers and the headings and the lumping together of the numbers. In our numbers, Mr. Speaker, we call this aggregation. However, we are cautious with our judgment as it can impact the level of transparency. I would like the government to reconsider the lumping of numbers in budget presentation. One in particular, general administration, so as to allow us to see where the revenue is coming from and what the money is being spent on in an itemized way, and hence making direct comparisons and better decisions. Last week, Exuma would have thanked my good cousin-in-law, Mr. Michael Alcides, for initiating the Chart of Accounts project, while at the Ministry of Finance, which I believe to be absolutely necessary. And I thank him as well. But I must thank East End, my good colleague and friend, for forging ahead, as it gives our country an opportunity to regroup and remodel our position. The chart of accounts exercise is, and was important too, transparency. This process should have included a review with all parliamentarians, as categories and comparisons would have changed. Transparency can help us to see your vision, East End, more clearly. And on the flip side, help us to hold you accountable, which in turn will lead to revenue enforcement and government meeting its revenue target. I will opine that the more transparent you are, the more accountable you will be, and the more revenue you will collect. I am also of the opinion, Mr. Speaker, that there is a direct correlation between transparency, accountability, and revenue collection. So don't look to meet those revenue targets if you are not going to be transparent and accountable. And at the very least, with transparency and accountability, the people will understand your revenue position, whether you met the target or not. Mr. Speaker and honorable members, Mr. IMF and Mr. OECD, we are running a country, not a company. We must strike the right balance to make it work for our people, the people of the Bahamas. Mr. Speaker, even in Hong Kong and Singapore, the two now recognized and positive models of trying to run a country this way as a company, they are challenged with the impact of social development and humanity. More protest and unrest even as I speak. It is challenging when trying to balance business interest, country interest, and the public good. But I hasten to say that it can be done. A key component of making it work, Mr. Speaker, is simple. It's ownership. Ownership with the people. Ownership by the people. Ownership for the people. But most importantly, majority ownership. Your growth rate is up, but your frustration index is up as well. People or politics. Your forecasted revenue is trending up, but your corruption index is up. Transparency International. People versus politics. A lot of tourists, but your unemployment numbers are up. People versus politics. Mr. Speaker, the number of businesses started are up, but your cost of living is up as well. People or politics. All while minimum wage and minimum or no pension to our people are contributing to even your depression index. People or politics. My position remains the same, and it has been that since my campaign. This should be about people, not about politics. I note, Mr. Speaker, that the revenue projections are even lower than that which was projected in 2018-2019. I believe we can beat this target with adequate accountability and transparency, which will lead to adequate enforcement, not only from the public resources, but also from our state-owned enterprises. They collect funds as well. Public-private partnerships, Mr. Speaker. The government has touted numerous public-private partnerships, including that of the port or downtown port, Antiques, Monuments and Museum Corporation, and the landfill. I stand to be corrected, but I see no contribution to the revenue lines from these projects, which were touted as $250 million, $30 million, and $130 million respectively. At some point, Mr. Speaker, a PPP policy was tabled in the House with no indication of monetization. The model has to change to allow for some reasonable deposit or monetary contribution, even if it's refundable. Once again, these PPP arrangements, in my opinion, lack transparency and adequate disclosure for our country. I would hate to think, Mr. Speaker, that none of these arrangements are bringing any money to the table. Is the model still get approvals and concessions before they show us the money, even before adequate due diligence is done? Some things, Mr. Speaker, must change. The PPP policy table should have included features of monetization. a people's corporate governance model, accompanied by a monitoring program as it relates to transparency and accountability. The due diligence and compliance programs for accepting them should be made public and tabled, and in some cases even debated, depending on the value of the project and its cultural and heritage and environmental implications. Nothing more than what we have seen before. And the underlying impact of those are frightening, as the cost of concessions usually outweigh what we get. What is the impact on our revenue based on the cost of concessions and exemptions given? That is a key aspect we seem not to mention even in our fiscal responsibility strategy. Management of the cost of concessions and exemptions given. Hopefully, we will see some revenue from these PPPs soon, and not land and country giveaways to political cronies and special interest groups. Centerville will continue to watch the evolution of these PPPs. The dormant account. We would have passed the dormant account legislation which was anticipated to bring in $40 million to the Treasury, and I did not see that in the forecasted revenue section. As this piece of legislation was touted as being forward-thinking and progressive, and I voted for it because of such. So I would like to have seen, at the very least, estimates of receipts as projected from the dormant account regime. Royalties from natural resources. Mr. Speaker, last year and the year before, I was concerned about the amount of royalties received from aragonite mining. For many years, this amount was shown to be $40,000. However, approved forecast revenue now shows zero, and the forecasted revenue for royalty from aragonite for the 2019-2020 year shows 22. Maybe this category is now aggregated into another heading or number. As our natural resources and the Sovereign Wealth Fund are important to this country, so important that a petition was presented to the House by the people. I believe it is important for us to understand the accounting methodology, account charting, that comes with the aragonite, the minerals, other natural resources, inclusive of the sale of our Bahama land. As a matter of fact, in my opinion, all contracts as it relates to our natural resources, including minerals, sand, aragonite, land, should be made public knowledge and up for debate, if only for the establishment of the Select Committee and its environmental concerns. Immigration, Mr. Speaker. I could not help but notice the revenue section, a whopping $20 million increase for immigration. Does this mean we anticipate more foreign workers coming due to the change in laws? In the expected revenue by the Department of Immigration, more than 75% of this increase will come from work and resident permit fees. Nearly $12 million increase. Mr. Speaker, expected increases in these revenues over the next 3 years, to me, simply means that the government expects more foreign workers, and at all levels, not just laborers, but professionals as well. This will no doubt increase our unemployment rate. This will no doubt increase our unemployment rate and reduce the value of the average Bahamian in the workplace. We will see. This increase, Mr. Speaker, is signaling a rise in unemployment and discouraged Bahamian workers, a rise in the Bahamian Frustration Index and the Bahamian Depression Index, and a decrease in the opportunities for Bahamians, and a decrease in the Bahamian and national enterprise. Mr. Speaker, I now turn my attention to expenditure. School board stipend decrease. I would...
The chair recognizes Honorable Member Bernards.
I would just like to remind the honourable member there was an increase in the fees last year, and the increase in the fee collection this year based on work permits, etc., is based on that increase and based on 10 months of historical evidence of the fees collected.
Like I had indicated, Mr. Speaker, we will see. I now move to the expenditure section of the debate. School board stipend decrease. I would have asked on many occasions to increase the school board stipends for the schools in Centerville. The heartbeat of our nation, Mr. Speaker, all of the school board stipends would decrease. As these school boards continue to struggle to make ends meet, they are also required in some cases to hire security and janitors. This continues to place an extra burden on our parents who are already disadvantaged. I have noticed an increase in the lunch program, and I applaud that. However, we must consider the work and function of the school board in accordance with the Act and its related regulations, and the introduction of new guidelines to ensure households are being impacted. Therefore, preparing our schools, our school boards, our parents, and our children for fiscal responsibility and their future. University of the Bahamas stipend and grants. Once again, the tuition-free indications and or implications in the budget is significant. Based on the budget information, it appears as if UB will get 50 million and BTVI 10 million. I am not sure of the justification of the numbers based on whether it was based on expected enrollment, on qualifications, books, or other affordability. But it is important, Mr. Speaker, for the tabling of current financial information of all organizations receiving government grants, no matter the intention of the government. Social services. Once again, it was good to see the social assistance budgets return as they were reduced the year before, the impact of which was felt in Centerville. It is important to consider our socio-economy as part of an effort to enrich the lives of those less fortunate. It is not as simple as saying, give them a donation. It is so much more to the development of minds and lives that have been downtrodden for generations. Education, training, and quality assurance. We need...
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Southern Shores on a point of order.
Well, I went to Donald Davis and Aaron Bailey, but they suggest more than one. One category of social assistance, uniform allowance, one category was decreased.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Centerville.
Thank you very much, Minister, for the clarification. It is important to consider our socio-economy as part of an effort to enrich the lives of those less fortunate. It is not as simple as saying, give a donation. It is much more to the development of minds and lives that have been downtrodden for generations. Education and training. The Bahamas has not been good with quality assurance due to lack of regulations accompanying acts, policies and procedures, and guidelines that should be subject to quality assurance programs. I believe a lack of quality assurance when it comes to our laws and regulations have led to previous downgrades and blacklistings, lack of knowledge and lack of opportunities for Bahamians. There are some good things that I would like to note. The exemption on musical instruments. Mr. Speaker, no doubt there are some good things here. I love the exemption on musical instruments as this is an important aspect of our culture and our heritage. However, the creativity and the ingenuity of our people need to be protected, and we must look at strengthening our copyright laws and creating and addressing our competition laws. Also our intellectual property to protect our music and entertainment industry. It is not just okay to say you got exemptions. We must show them a career path to ownership and success. Exemptions, better musicians, scholarships for our children, career in music. Underlying a career path is always an avenue to financial stability. Pay less for your instruments. Study the art of music. paid to play music, but the government will make the laws to protect and preserve your talent. Lenny Kravitz, a Bahamian American, a millionaire for music. He would not be a millionaire if him and his music was not protected by the laws of the United States. Those are strictly enforced. So government must do their part to protect the talent of our people. Economic equality is important in the entertainment industry. Our musicians, but economic equality is important in the entertainment industry. Our musicians, entertainers, comedians, dancers, artists, junkaneurs ought to receive equal pay for equal work, whilst their talents are legally protected. The Fiscal Responsibility Act. This was a very good piece of legislation to have passed, and it's no doubt a legacy piece of legislation. I would have liked to have seen regulations, policies and procedures, and guidelines, so that the impact can be felt at all levels. And then we can hold our governments accountable, even at the voters' booth. Guidelines would have helped the average Bahamian household to understand the how and the why of fiscal responsibility and the need to be encouraged in times of fiscal management. The increase in social services is to be commended. We would have suffered a decrease, but as the minister grows with his portfolio of social management and social enterprise, I'm sure the adjustments are being made, and I can appreciate that. The Over the Hill initiative. Whether some may like it or not, feel it or not, just the fact that the attention is being given to this initiative is a big deal for me and the Over the Hill community. However, it doesn't take away from the fact that we ought to be accountable to our people. So being honest and fair to them, not because they live over the hill, we leave them unpaid, unmonitored, or unresourced. Some not so good things. I would have liked to have seen more money for our school boards. I would have liked to see our teachers paid more, and each class, especially in the inner city, with a teacher assistant to help to curb unnoticed behavior. Our classes, Mr. Speaker, in Centerville are still overcrowded and therefore inadequate teaching resources. I would have liked to have seen more contract workers made permanent. I would have liked to have seen an increase in the minimum wage. I would have liked to have seen a total breakdown and rebuilding of the schools in Centerville to include swimming pools and gymnasiums. This to build our athletic brand that our children work so hard on. I would have liked to have seen more money and resources allocated to at-risk youths. Some creative things, Mr. Speaker, that may be able to assist. It's the building of our athletic brand. I remember, Mr. Speaker, some years ago when we got the box of cornflakes, it always used to have on the front of it some athlete. It used to be an American athlete or something like that. Wheaties, those boxes, cereal. And I think I remember writing Kellogg's because at that time, I wanted them to, if they were going to put any photos of all the cereals that were coming to the Bahamas, I wanted them to put Bahamian athletes on it because by then we were already hitting a brand in the international arena. And, I got no response except that, I was told about exclusivity and that sort of stuff. But I would like to see us negotiate on that level in terms of ensuring that our Bahamian people remain, find ownership in the things they love to do, and to give our future a chance. Competition law and antitrust laws. Ensuring that no one, Mr. Speaker, has an exclusivity agreement or to a monopoly or control of any business or industry. We could talk empowerment and new business all we want. If somebody has a monopoly on a particular business or an exclusivity agreement from the states, then where's the end game in this empowerment or production model? So we need to look at our competition laws, creating competition laws, and the antitrust laws. I think we did some work with the IRCA Act and the Communication Act, but I think that does specifically that industry. We need to take that to the tourism industry. We need to take it to the fishing industry. We need to take it to all of our industry to make sure that the Bahamian people are protected and that their business can survive and thrive. And at the same time, protect our country and our birthright. We must strengthen our copyright laws, because what's good for the foreigner should be good for us. Ensuring comparative pay for our musicians and entertainers is only one example. Better schools, Mr. Speaker, and more teacher assistants and higher paid teachers. I mean, the budget is big. It looks like 1.6% growth. Let's get to the heart of the matter, right? It's the people. Most importantly, Mr. Speaker, we ought to discourage land grabbing and land giveaways at the disenfranchisement of our people. Let's watch this one carefully over the next years. In summary, let's fix our laws, empower our nation. But it's only going to happen if we fix our laws. You know, the business plan may look great, but if those laws aren't protecting the Bahamian people and our industries, nothing's happening. That's in my opinion. So it's not what you should be doing as a government. I mean, I appreciate the roads. I appreciate the intention of capital infrastructure. That's what we should be doing as a government. It's about what you have the will to do. The Centerville Capital Fund has been used to deal with cleaning and contractual improvements in the area. We had an influx of social and educational assistance, housing and environmental repair assistance as well. And so maybe I understand on one end, you may want to cut, which I can understand on financial responsibility. But on the other hand, it's going to have to come from somewhere. So I found myself being more, really inundated in my office in Centerville with persons needing really social services assistance. The Centerville projects. Mr. Speaker, we have quite a number of projects going on in Centerville, and I'm just going to touch on them. In particular, the Lunch and Learn program and the College Bound, where we would have gone into the schools, had lunch, and really discussed with the children Parliament, its procedures, their voting rights, etc. Most importantly, what we wanted to do was encourage them in terms of the conversation of college. Many of the people in the Centerville constituency believe they finish school at grade, I guess when you go to D.W. Davis, some of them think they finish at 9th grade. And that's a mindset. And so we wanted to get in to start talking about college and what it means to want to continue your education and what it means when college doesn't end until you're around 20-something. It doesn't end at 12 or 14 or 16, because once they have that in their head that it ends then, they then think that they are either man or woman, and of course, may or may not do man or woman days. Then we have the manufacturing and the technology projects. And this is where we bring people together who are doing manufacturing. But what's most important to me, Mr. Speaker, is that these persons are aware of the concessions. What you find in our countries, there's a certain group of people that they know these concessions. They know them so good, because only them is get it. But we want our people to know where these concessions are. And so we would have done, make copies, and we have training sessions. Go get your concession. You have a right to get it. Stop feeling like because your business is over the hill, but some of Centerville is not an over the hill area. But I don't want them to feel as if they don't have a right to concession. And that is a mindset. So we have some work to do when we talk about, making over the hill better and what we're going to do to make sure our people close the gap between the haves and the have-nots. And then, of course, our technology project, and we have about 3 more projects, but I just want to touch on the technology project. Mr. Speaker, what we would have done, and a lot of businesses would have made contribution to the technology project, where they would have brought in old computers, keyboards, adapters, whatever it is. But once you get children in a room looking at those items, they start to be able to fix them and put them together. And so when you see a child can create a keyboard just after 2 or 3 short weeks, you know, that's what I'm talking about when I talk about technological development. So to this end, Mr. Speaker, as always, I commend the government on their efforts and rely on their words and their presentations that this budget is in the best interest of our people. I can only wish and hope that the government establishes some form of committee on career paths to focus on how we evolve from education to jobs to careers to ownership. We must continue to build relationships and understand that the value of what it really means, what it really means to be a Bahamian, and what it really means to be what God wants us to be. Hope we can get to a point where we can forecast contingencies and their impact on our numbers, such as hurricanes and unfunded pension liability. I pray, Mr. Speaker, that the Bahamas will be returned to the Bahamian people because we are to whom it was intended for. Every single piece of legislation passed in this House should be Bahamianized, not specialized, but Bahamianized. So, God bless you, Mr. Speaker, and the honorable members. God bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And I want to ask God to lay a special blessing on the people of Centerville. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many? The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Central and South Abaco.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today on behalf of the good and industrious people of Central and South Abaco, whom I have the distinguished pleasure of serving here in this honorable House. I remain thankful and humbled by the vestige of trust in me, and I remain encouraged by their support and the support and love of my family, who help keep me steadfast and focused in my mission to serve the Bahamian people. Mr. Speaker, much like I imagine most other members who enter this place, I have a list of goals and critical issues that I know remain most pressing for my constituents and my constituency. Big ticket items, if you will, Mr. Speaker. And through you and with your indulgence, I'd like to take the opportunity to just spend a few minutes updating my constituents on some of those very same items, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, when this administration took over in May of 2017, the energy and power supply situation in Abaco was untenable. For years, Abaco remained plagued with perennial power supply challenges and failures, which, in addition to the burden placed on everyone Bahamians, began to show clear-cut signs of permanently damaging the Abaconian economy. I promise to focus my efforts on resolving this long-standing and incredibly vexating issue. So, Mr. Speaker, at 2 years in, I believe even the most ardent skeptic will be forced to admit that there has been a tangible and noticeable improvement in power supply, reliability on the island of Abaco. So, Mr. Speaker, moving right along, I would say I'm fully cognizant and aware of the fact that the situation is not perfect, Mr. Speaker. Fully aware, but for the first time in a long time, Mr. Speaker, I can say honestly and truthfully that there is now some relief in sight for the people of Abaco, that their energy challenges will be continued to be met head on. And, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for Carmichael, as well as the board executives and, of course, all the hard-working staff at Bahamas Power and Light for working with me in trying to address this challenge on behalf of my constituents, Mr. Speaker. So to all Abaconians, I would say, please be patient and stick with us as we continue to improve the service. I know how important it is to our island, and I will renew myself to it year after year as we continue to improve that service, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, another item of tantamount concern to the people of Central and South Abaco was the condition of the Ernestine Highway, which had earned itself the not-so-flattering nickname of the Washboard Road due to the myriad of bumps, slopes, dips, and potholes scarring the length of its surface in a certain stretch connecting Marsh Harbor on the highway headed south, Mr. Speaker. This highway serves as an integral link between the southern, central, and northern communities on the island of Abaco. And as Abaco continues to grow and expand, the highway services a number of growing vehicles, which is not only commuter traffic, Mr. Speaker, but it's important to keep in mind industrial vehicles, fuel trucks, waste collection and removal vehicles, boat trailers, et cetera, Mr. Speaker. There is nowhere in my constituency I could virtually go, Mr. Speaker, without hearing the phrase, what about that washboard? What about the washboard, Mr. Speaker? Everywhere I went. So fully understanding the intensity of the issue, Mr. Speaker, I work closely with the member for Carmichael and the member for Killarney and his administration to act and deliver for the people of Abaco, within the frames, of course, of our limited capital work budget. It gives me great joy, Mr. Speaker, to say that we recently held a contract signing in Abaco, the comprehensive repair and resurfacing of some 6 miles of stretch of the Ernestine Highway, Mr. Speaker. Yes. By behavior, Mr. Speaker. Works are actively going on as we stand here today. And through you, Mr. Speaker, I would urge all of my constituents to practice patience and caution while these works are being carried out. And soon, that washboard road will be just a memory of the dirt roads that came before it, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, another very happy and indeed, if you will, personal piece of news that I'm able to speak about here today is the plans moving forward for the repair of the Dune Road in Hopetown. Mr. Speaker, Hopetown is one of those very special places in our archipelago that has become synonymous with success and is virtually a name brand destination all to and within itself. In addition to providing employment and wealth to the local residents, Mr. Speaker, the demand generated by the tourism market means that countless people from other communities on the mainland and elsewhere travel to Hopetown on a daily basis for employment and other enterprising opportunities based there. Mr. Speaker, I would have been only a child living in Hopetown some 20-some years ago at the time of Hurricane Floyd, when it would have passed through and entirely devastated the community. It is a testament to the Abaconian spirit, the rate with which the community rebuilt and thrived following the devastation, Mr. Speaker. Although the sorry state of the Dune Road still exists as a reminder of the storm's destructive power and indeed the destructive power of all hurricanes. The road lies at a critical juncture, Mr. Speaker, between the northern and southern ends of the island, being narrow and surrounded by the beach and Atlantic Ocean on one side and the Sea of Abaco on the other. Quite simply put, Mr. Speaker, as the road slowly deteriorated, the island was functionally being split in two. I'm delighted to state in this House, Mr. Speaker, that the vital repairs to the Dune Road are soon to be actualized, with a capable contractor having been identified and selected for the task at hand. Mr. Speaker, I would have recently met with Ministry of Works engineers and local stakeholders in Hopetown to ensure that the plan being put forward and agreed to with a proper course of action will be acceptable to all of my constituents in terms of physical and environmental sustainability and longevity. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to announce that that was met with success. Once again, this is a matter of careful, consistent collaboration, Mr. Speaker, between myself, the member for Kalani, the member for Carmichael, and all the members of the administration to make it possible and to secure some deliverables for the people of Hopetown and the people of Abaco, Mr. Speaker. And I thank them for their commitment in following through, and I expect to have some announcements in the very near future about a date of a contract signing, Mr. Speaker. So, to all of my constituents, stay tuned. Mr. Speaker, there are two areas in my constituency which I believe serve as prime examples of this administration's policy commitment of empowering Bahamians through land ownership. Mr. Speaker, in Spring City, a housing project intended to provide opportunities for Bahamians through affordable, pre-constructed family homes had come to an unfortunate, grinding halt, with many of said homes left partially or entirely incomplete in varying stages, Mr. Speaker. Even worse yet, Mr. Speaker, in some very unfortunate and truly unfair circumstances, you had persons who had actually begun to make payments on homes they had yet to actually live in, to spend a single night in, anxiously awaiting the day when they could actualize their dream of home ownership. Mr. Speaker, in this way, Spring City is being stifled in its purpose of being an area reserved and designed for the natural growth of the everyday working Bahamian population in Abaco. Mr. Speaker, this sad state of affairs was not right. And I must thank the member for Kalani and the member for Marathon, along with their respective ministries and their teams, for acting and reversing this stagnation, Mr. Speaker. Homes were completed, Mr. Speaker, and keys finally turned over to hard-working Abaconians who have been diligently meeting their commitments. Sometimes you have to start in and finish yourself. Mr. Speaker, there are now 20-year-old homeowners in Spring City. 20-year-old Bahamians with keys to a home. That is empowerment.
Yes, sir. Follow young people.
Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, of course, this seems an ideal time to address this administration's definition of empowerment. There has been criticism and controversy, Mr. Speaker, from the side opposite regarding so-called money on the ground and how this administration actually intends to empower its people, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think it's fair to say that this administration's concept of empowerment does not include money on the ground tactics or any of the money on the ground ideology, Mr. Speaker. To this administration, empowerment is putting the keys to a home in the hands of a 20-year-old Bahamian, Mr. Speaker. Fundamental differences, Mr. Speaker. Yeah. It further delights me, Mr. Speaker, to state that we've had a similar success in the community of Crossing Rocks. Much like Hopetown and many other communities across this great nation, Mr. Speaker, Crossing Rocks, too, have been devastated by the winds and wrath of a hurricane. Mr. Speaker, after the virtual destruction of the original community site, land for residents have been identified and parceled for minimal cost so that the people of Crossing Rocks could rebuild their homes and their families on safer plots further inland. That was just about 2 decades ago, Mr. Speaker. That was eventually put forward. For years, Mr. Speaker, most residents had paid or had been making payments on their lots. However, the damage and loss of numerous records and related paperwork left many in an unfortunate and tragic state of limbo, Mr. Speaker. They had built homes, started families, established lives, but they had never received and held for themselves clear title to the land. No real equity, no real security, no real empowerment. Mr. Speaker, that was until this year, where through a concentrated and focused effort of individuals in the Department of Housing and the Office of the Prime Minister, the people of Crossing Rocks can now hold clear title in their hands today. Mr. Speaker, land is wealth. Land is wealth. To have your very own piece of the rock is a very, very empowering thing, Mr. Speaker. Very empowering. That is because, Mr. Speaker, I fundamentally believe that true empowerment comes from ownership and opportunity, not from a system of rhetoric and rewards meant to placate. Mr. Speaker, through you, I wish to assure my constituents that although I am happy to stand here today and speak about these strides being made, I am fully cognizant and aware that there are many more important issues that we will and must address together, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are who are nothing if not, in the simplest sense, messengers on behalf of our people. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I'll be remiss in my duties if I do not assure my constituents that my parliamentary colleagues are in fact familiar with the story of the Golden Goose. I further understand, Mr. Speaker, that it is my responsibility to ensure the goose gets fed so that it continues to lay golden eggs, Mr. Speaker. I've been given these marching orders by my constituents, and I intend to follow them out to the best of my ability, Mr. Speaker. Before turning my attention away from my constituency matters to the budget proper, Mr. Speaker, I would like to emphasize and express to my constituents how grateful I truly am, of course, to continue to serve as the representative, and that I am always in the process of trying to improve myself in their service and carrying out my responsibilities. I'm a 21st century MP, Mr. Speaker, and through you I would like to encourage all of my constituents to follow my various social media pages and groups for important constituency updates and announcements, and to always feel free to reach out via email or other means of communication. Details about any of these groups, Mr. Speaker, or any further information, I will not take any more of this House's time elaborating on that. But any of these services can be accessed or information gathered by reaching out or visiting my constituency office anytime between 9 to 5 on Mondays, and Fridays, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as members of this honorable House, we have already sank our teeth into this debate from sure just about every angle at this point. So, Mr. Speaker, with that being said, I hope you'll, with your indulgence, allow me to begin from an area which I believe to be a little underappreciated, Mr. Speaker. With that being said, I must commend the member for East Grand Bahama and his ministerial team, Mr. Speaker, for breaking new ground in the process of what I call demystifying the Bahamian budget. Oh. Further information breaking reports, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my apologies, please. Me and my good friend and brother, my colleague from North Africa, I'm always very careful not to step on his toes with his good information as well, Mr. Speaker, but I'd be absolutely remiss, since I was just talking about the success in the area of land within the island of Abaco. Of course, Mr. Speaker, I'd be remiss not moving forward and mentioning Central Pines as well, Mr. Speaker, which is expanding. North Abaco says it's for both of us, Mr. Speaker, so I count it for a universal win. But, Mr. Speaker, very important headway and development of the made there. That area, for many years, persons have been seeking to access some of that very same property in that same area. And unfortunately, that's been something that's been unavailable. But now, through the Office of the Prime Minister on Housing and Lands, powering forward, we're ready to move forward with Central Pines as well, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. There's never a shortage of good news, so everyone, please keep reminding us. So, Mr. Speaker, returning to my train of thought. I was just in the middle of thanking once again the member for East Grand Bahama and, of course, his ministry and his entire team for breaking new ground in the process of demystifying the Bahamian budget. Mr. Speaker, through you, I urge all of my constituents, and indeed all Bahamians throughout this land, to please visit bahamasbudget.gov.bs. Just want to make sure I have that 100% correct. bahamasbudget.gov.bs. Anywhere where you have internet and certain sort of personal device, you can access it, Mr. Speaker. It's never been more available. The Ministry of Finance has done an excellent job, Mr. Speaker, of gathering and presenting all the essential information in a clear, no-nonsense manner that anyone can access at virtually any time, Mr. Speaker. All of the pertinent information about revenue collection, debt mitigation and payment, special projects, and more are clearly but concisely laid out, and explains how these decisions all tie into our broader economic plan for our nation. Mr. Speaker, it is important that we do not cast this aside so cavalierly as just another PR exercise, Mr. Speaker. Rather, I see it as a natural evolution and improvement of the principles of accountability and transparency. It is not enough to simply be honest with the people, Mr. Speaker. We must constantly strive to ensure that such information is readily accessible, accurate, and streamlined into new means of media and communication to achieve the 21st century manifestation of our guiding principles. On the topic of streamlining, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to speak to the essential digital transformation project. Mr. Speaker, as an archipelago, as a nation, there should be no one more ready and more willing than us to embrace the concepts and the groundbreaking ways forward of e-governments and digitization. Mr. Speaker, I envision in the not too distant future, because these are already realities around us in other nations, Mr. Speaker, any Bahamian, no matter where they are, where they live, whether they're in Abaco, Nassau, or Magua, as long as they have a credit card and access to the internet, they can tie in to the government's digital infrastructure, Mr. Speaker. So that someday, no matter what it is, business license, a customs duty payment like we're talking about with click-to-clear, fishing license, cruising permits, all of these various services and features, all tied into one digital network or digital infrastructure that is safe and secure and will save the government and the people of the Bahamas untold amount of money moving forward, enhancing revenue collection and cutting down on persons who may circumvent or sidestep such rules and procedures. So, Mr. Speaker, I commend the administration for pursuing this special project, Mr. Speaker, because the sooner we are a digital society and not an analog society, freedom and empowerment, Mr. Speaker. And that's where we'll arrive if we continue aggressively to pursue the digitization and and further incorporation of essential public services on those various platforms. Mr. Speaker, there are many who have said much about the budget, of course, so far. Mr. Speaker, of course, one of the glaring criticisms from the side opposite is that the government has not got enough out of its way. It doesn't have enough, almost seems to be bells and whistles. No sexy projects, not enough to latch onto and spin and twist, Mr. Speaker, or to emphasize, or lack of a better word, hound on. But, Mr. Speaker, good budgets are not about sexy, appealing projects. They're about the bedrock and good foundations for solid fiscal and economic planning, Mr. Speaker. And empowering and improving the lives of our citizens, which we did, Mr. Speaker, again, the member of East Grand Bahama would have put in his address, by trying to make, in those areas where they can surgically go in and make those things more affordable or easier to get, doing those wherever and however possible, Mr. Speaker. But it's all about keeping our fiscal house in order. And I concur with a number of other colleagues, parliamentary colleagues, who would have gone on record to say that the Fiscal Responsibility Act will become a landmark piece of legislation. It already is, Mr. Speaker, but it will be looked back on in time as one of those landmark pieces. And I'm certainly one of those people, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, we had to do what was right on behalf of the Bahamian people. When we came here last year, amongst many other things we put forward to the Bahamian people, by far one of the most unpleasant, of course, and controversial was the increase in value-added tax. But, Mr. Speaker, we knew it was the right thing to do, and we knew we had to do it. So here we are today, Mr. Speaker, having made great strides in paying down our national debt. That is such an important thing, Mr. Speaker, that I think we are too easy to set aside, because it's not exciting to talk about, because it's not particularly contentious all the time, Mr. Speaker. But anybody, whether it's yourself, your children, your grandchildren, the future generations, if you have any realistic expectation of them inheriting this great nation, Mr. Speaker, we have to get this right. We have to get that right. Whether that's convenient, destructive, politically, or not expedient, Mr. Speaker. But we have to make those tough decisions and those tough calls. So, Mr. Speaker, once again, I commend all my colleagues here as we move through this budget debate exercise. I encourage the people of the Bahamas and all my constituents, please continue to watch and follow the debate as closely as you can, to get those facts and information for yourself, to access them and engage with us as part of the national dialogue as we move forward. Mr. Speaker, may God bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, may God bless the people of Central and South Africa, and may God bless all of you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many? The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Michael.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I give thanks to Almighty God who has given me an opportunity to stand in this place to speak on behalf of the great people of the Macau constituency. They have elected me on May 10th, 2017 to be their voice. And for this, I am grateful, and I will do it without fear and opposition. Mr. Speaker,
I also want to thank the most Honorable Prime Minister, Member of Parliament for Kalani, for appointing me as the Executive Chair of the Education Loan and Authority. In addition, I want to thank the Honorable Member for South Beach, with whom I have a great working relationship. Also, the staff of Education Loan and Authority, many of whom make my job challenging and exciting. And finally, my husband, Bishop Leroy Emmanuel. Our daughter, Leroy Tisha, they continue to support me as I work for the people of the Bahamas. Mr. Speaker, my contribution today will focus on the 2019-2020 budget communication, which was so effectively delivered by the Honorable K. Peter Turnquest, Member of Parliament for the East Grand Bahama and Minister of Finance. The Education Loan Authority, for which I have the chairmanship responsibility, the Macau constituency, from June 28 to present. Mr. Speaker, on May 10, 2017, the people of the Bahamas has given the minister-led government the opportunity to provide change. Good work and transformation that will benefit all Bahamians and those who visit the beautiful islands of the Bahamas. Mr. Speaker, in doing good to all people, there must always be a special group of people for whom special emphasis must be placed. They desire more and should be given more. Mr. Speaker, the Apostle Paul, in the writing to the Church of Galatia, stated that you must do good for all people, especially the household of faith. Mr. Speaker, it is my opinion that this government has an obligation to give more and pay special attention to those who are less fortunate, the unemployed, and the working poor in the nation, also women and children. Mr. Speaker, I have been privileged to sit among 19 nations from around the world during the Executive Education Women and Empowerment Seminar, at Harvard Kennedy School of Government in Boston, Massachusetts. Mr. Speaker, this experience has impacted my life greatly as I sat under professors such as Wally Bowles, Gender and Leadership, Wendy Sherman, Negotiations, Wendy Sherman, the first woman Undersecretary of the State for Political Affairs, Stacey Blake Baird, and others phenomenal professors or women speakers who have impacted my life, all fighting for the cause for women's rights, equality, and the list goes on. Indeed, I must say that they have all left an indelible mark upon my life. Mr. Speaker, this budget in many instances shows that this government is deliberate in doing good and showing care and concerns for all Bahamians. Mr. Speaker, this is a caring government. Look at the many things that have been done to benefit our people. No VAT on bread basket items. Thousands of people enjoy. No VAT on electricity and water. No VAT on some insurances. Lower business license fees. Duty-free exemption on many household items and school supplies. Low duty on some appliances. And soon free tuition at BTVI and the University of the Bahamas. For those who qualify, and also housing allowance for family island students. The revitalization of over-the-hill small business grants, etc. Mr. Speaker, there are some people who know that this menace government is doing a good job, but fail to admit the same. Yes, Mr. Speaker, there is much more that can be done and will be done by this caring and compassionate government. Mr. Speaker, the decision of political leaders and government officials around the world sometimes look much unwise. Yet, that does not change the fact that God established rule and authority, and all leaders will ultimately answer to God. Mr. Speaker, sometimes the truth that our conscience engage us to speak may be truths that we should not say anything about. Mr. Speaker, there is a story in the Bible of a woman who was brought to Jesus. She was accused of being caught in the very act. All Jesus said was, "You who don't have any sin, stone her." Sometimes, Mr. Speaker, those who condemn us are far worse than we are. Mr. Speaker, I am delighted that the people of the Macau sent me at this place to be their voice. However, I am very careful when I think that I'm speaking for all the people. Mr. Speaker, there was a king in the Bible who had his own agenda. Most people have their reasons why they do and say things. King Saul knew his assignment was, and whenever God questioned him why he did something, he said to people, Mr. Speaker, using the name of people caused him to lose some great benefits and his kingship. Mr. Speaker, President John F. Kennedy said, there are three things which are real: God, human folly, and laughter. Laughter is medicine which allow us to press forward after we make mistakes, are falsely accused, etc. Keep the great laughter that you have, Honorable Member for Kalani, and press forward, doing good for the Bahamian people. You are making the most of every opportunity with the enemy of your future in your government's rearview mirror, shaking their head in disgust. Mr. Speaker, this government must continue to use every opportunity to do good for all Bahamians. Mr. Speaker, according to Harold Herring, there are several ways to make the most of every opportunity. One, realize why you are where you are. Mr. Speaker, many people question things that this government has done. But this is a government, Mr. Speaker, that realizes that you cannot become what you want to be by remaining what you are. Things must change. Although they may seem worse before you can experience better. Mr. Speaker, this government had to let some things go that was holding us back as a country. There was a need for change in the fiscal policy, enhancing transparency, accountability, and responsibility, amendment to and new laws in the financial services, public debt management, legislation, and many others. This government continues to make the hard decisions. Mr. Speaker, if you don't face your fears, they will keep you growing, and God knows we have many fears. Mr. Speaker, everything this government does may not work. This government is not perfect. I don't know of any. If some things work, do it. If it doesn't, try something new. Too many people are still trapped in how it used to be. Mr. Speaker, there are some who have accused the honorable member for East Grand Bahama for not celebrating other ministers of finance and made it seem as if he was saying that they were incompetent. It is my opinion that he respects them all, and some may even be his heroes. But you know, Mr. Speaker, some of us are always in search of political brownie points. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member is a minister of change, transformation, and is convinced that it's time to perfect the way things used to be. like the Star Trek TV series and movies, was always said that the Starship Enterprise was going where no man have ever gone before. Yes, Mr. Speaker, this menace-led government wants to do just that. Take the Bahamian people to new economic growth and development. The people expect and should be given more. Mr. Speaker, this government is about good habits. Good habits will open the doors for new opportunities. Everything you do often becomes a habit. It's a behavior that you would keep on repeating, that you would keep repeating. Mr. Speaker, new habits require making hard decisions. That's what this government has done. We have to keep working and never give up until we get it perfect. Yes, Mr. Speaker, all of us must keep being motivated by opportunity the Bahamian people have given us. Mr. Speaker, and I turn to the Education Loan and Authority, for which I have the chairmanship responsibility. Mr. Speaker, the Education Loan Authority is a statutory body created by the Education Loan Authority Act in 2002. The Authority and the Educational Grant Fund Act 2001 were the components of the Government Guarantee Advance Education Loan Scheme created by the government of the Bahamas to fund the government's program for loans to students pursuing a tertiary education. Mr. Speaker, the Act establishing the authority also transfer primary responsibility for financing the scheme to the authority, which is empowered to raise funds through a wide variety of means, including bonds, debentures, and other instruments. The Bank of the Bahamas, Mr. Speaker, by an agreement serves as an agent for the authority and has mandated responsibility for administrative and disbursement function of the loan scheme. Mr. Speaker, between June 2008 and July 2009, the authority was assigned $60 million bond by an act of Parliament to raise funds to continue financing the loan scheme after the Bank of Bahamas, who invested $33 million in loan scheme, discontinued their financing, selling a portion of their loan portfolio to other financial institutions. The Bank of Bahamas made a total investment of $100 million. Mr. Speaker, the loan program was financed to assist with education of persons pursuing a tertiary education and was intended to be a revolving fund so that as the borrowers pay the monies, are relented to assist other qualified students. However, Mr. Speaker, as a result of the high default rate, the program was suspended in August of 2009. Mr. Speaker, the Education Loans and Authority Act was amended by the Education Loan Act in 2015 to basically give the authority more flexibility to pursue and collect the default loans, which currently represent about 90% of the student loan portfolio. The Educational Grant Fund Act 2001, previously mentioned, was subsequently repealed by the Education Loan Authority Amendment Act in 2015. Mr. Speaker, there are hundreds of students that graduated every year, many not having the financial means to continue their educational pursuit. The loan scheme has awarded more than 4,000 loans and approximately $100 million in funding. Mr. Speaker, our recipients were schooled in more than 8 countries, including the Bahamas, Barbados, Canada, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago, United Kingdom, United States, pursued approximately 26 disciplines in exclusive of business studies, computer and information science, health services, education, engineering, marine and maritime studies, mathematics, and many others. Mr. Speaker, the loan scheme, to the Bahamian students as follows. $3,938 loans worth $42 million were awarded in New Providence. 669 loans worth $700 million were awarded. 7 million plus millions, were awarded in Grand Bahama. Let's go again. 669 loans worth $7.41 million were awarded in Grand Bahama. 126 loans worth $1.339 million were awarded in Family Islands. Mr. Speaker, as of March 2019, the authority portion of loan scheme portfolio stood at approximately $83,878,019, which represents 2,057 loans which default rate of 90% and delinquency of 275 days, which is equivalent to $6,228,113. Also, as of the same date, Mr. Speaker, the Scholarship and Education Loan Division Cell portfolio stands at $47,853,945, or 974 loans, which represents the accumulation interest and principal originally were paid off by the government of the Bahamas to approved lenders. In accordance with Article 21(3) of the Repeal Education Guarantee Fund Act 2001. Mr. Speaker, it is to be noted that, however, that these loans are still delinquent and are to be repaid by the loan holders. I want to agree with the Minister of Education, as he said in his speech during the budget debate, that we intend to pursue all who are outstanding, who are delinquent. We intend to come and to collect the government's money in order to give other students, deserving students, an opportunity to have the same opportunity that we or others had. And so we will be seeking you out, and whatever necessary we will do in accordance with the law to make sure that it's done right. Mr. Speaker, during the June 2018 budget report, The authority's outstanding balance stood at $133,623,466. As of April 2019, that balance has decreased to $131,731,964 as of April 2019. In February 2016, Mr. Speaker, the government of the Bahamas announced the incentive program commencing March 2016 to run for 12 months. This incentive program addressed delinquencies and rewards to those borrowers who are paying and are genuinely wanting to honor their obligations. Mr. Speaker, today, 549 borrowers paid off their loans through the incentive program, with a collection amount received from February 2016 to March 2019 of $2,989,618. Mr. Speaker, the authority is currently manned by 13 persons, consisting of the executive chairman, financial officer, and 11 persons in the loan support unit, and the loan support unit was established in early 2013 to oversee the authority's default loan portfolio that in some cases has had loans that were in default from 2002, and work in tandem with the Bank of Bahamas to ensure timely follow-up and collection action as mandated. Mr. Speaker, the government of the Bahamas has the responsibility to the country that a plan had to be formulated that would sensibly facilitate its pursuit to collect delinquent funds to start the new loan program. Mr. Speaker, 5 compliance officers of the loan support unit has each been assigned an equal amount of 3,100 delinquent files from the Bank of Bahamas, SELD, the SEL, the Scholarship Education Loan Division portfolio. Each officer had the responsibility of contacting, negotiating payments, and following up with these loan holders. Mr. Speaker, our compliance officers exhaust every avenue, including utilizing social media to locate loan holders, some of whom are presently reside in the United States, Canada, and other countries. The authority is willing to work in tandem with a collection agency in order to assist with the delinquent loans. Mr. Speaker, our officers required to submit monthly reports on the progress of payments, the number of payments agreements made that are ongoing, status of the files held at the authority. This assistance greatly ensuring the maximum productivity and personal accountability. Mr. Speaker, the government of the Bahamas guarantees the payment of the authority bonds and interest payment. Bonds outstanding comprise of Mr. Speaker, the semi-annual interest expense is approximately $1,490,904, or $2,981,808. Annually, the authority was able to meet these payments in a timely manner. Mr. Speaker, the authority finances are stable, except for the provision for the impairment of loans due to the lack of aggressiveness, monetary of collection from as far back as 2002. As a result, the authority now has to make significant provision for those loans and is therefore making a determined collection effort. Mr. Speaker, the authority is in need of a system upgrade, which includes new computers, high-speed printers, in order to better equip to meet the demands of our intended new clientele. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with the Honorable Jeffrey Lloyd, Minister of Education, and the Board of Directors, we at the authority are looking forward to restarting of that loan program. Indeed, not only restore the program, but to restore with the necessary control provision, ensuring its ongoing sustainability and viability. Mr. Speaker, at the last board of directors meeting held on April 18, 2019, a motion was passed and approved to continue with the matching incentive program to encourage borrowers to repay their student loans. Each payment made by the loan holder will be matched by 1.5. This incentive, however, is not active. Mr. Speaker, I now turn my attention to the Macau constituency. The people who had elected me to be their voice in this honorable place. Mr. Speaker, I will speak for them without fear and advise all of my colleagues to do the same, because the next 2 years and 10 months will come quickly. And just in case we forgot, since 2002, the people of the Bahamas were saying next and giving 5 years tickets. We must continue to hear and listen to the cry of our people. We have a very intelligent electorate, and the social media is not our friend. Mr. Speaker, the people of the Macau are still waiting, are still in need of much help. However, we want to thank the government for all of all the assistance that we have received. The work program where persons are working, still working. Mr. Speaker, the people of the Macau are excited about the land reform and looking forward to this current government that will soon make it possible that each of them can receive legal documents, deeds for the property that so many of them have resided on for many years. Mr. Speaker, I said on many occasions that my people are not asking for much. Many of them only need a helping hand. There are many things that they can do for themselves if they are given the opportunity that they have given us. Mr. Speaker, many of the islands have natural beauty, resources, historical places that once explored can be greatly beneficial to their communities and the country at large. Mr. Speaker, the hurricane season is on us again, and many of my people have not completed some repairs to their homes. The government cannot do everything. That is why I continue to ask persons from the various islands and corporate Bahamas to come and join us as we seek to build a better, healthy, and strong Macau constituency. Yes, we can do it together with the help of our God and our Creator. Mr. Speaker, some of the residents are in need of some home repairs. There's still an urgent need of the airport terminal building. The building that is used, the building that is presently used was once a fire station and was condemned in 1999 by the Ministry of Works. We speak about Meguana Airport. There's also an urgent need of repairs for the runway, also roadworks. There are many potholes and half a mile of road between the airport, Paradise, that is in urgent need of repair. The residents feel that there's no need to, the resident feels that there is a need to increase the number of flights into the islands from Mondays and Fridays. Mr. Speaker, this has a negative impact on many residents and persons wanting to travel to the island. Even the Member of Parliament. There are still complaints about the mailbox services and the high price of freight. Mr. Speaker, we have assisted in the dredging of Abraham's Bay Channel, one of the pillars of economic growth for fishermen and yachts on a daily basis. Computers were donated to the schools, and we assisted in field trips and other events such as the regatta, thanks to the Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Fisheries. Mr. Speaker, Inagua can rejoice at the announcement that that school will be built. This current government will build that school, that new school in Machu Town, Inagua. The airport terminal building, we're looking forward to having that being repaired. Other government buildings in that area. Mr. Speaker, we have assisted with some road work repairs and field trips for the students and the community annual events. Also, like most of the family islands, some of the residents in Inagua are still in need of employment. We turn our attention to Crooked Island. Mr. Speaker, there's a need, and I want to thank the Honorable Member for Carmichael, Honorable Desmond Bannister. We were there recently. We looked at some stuff, some of the areas, and because he's a caring, passionate person, I know that help, I will get the help that I need. And so I'm thanking you now in advance, sir.
You get it done. You get it done.
Thanking you in advance.
Listen right here, sir. And listen right here.
The airport runway to Crooked Island.
Let's go this side
The docks that need to be repaired and to allow the mailboat to come in a little better. Mr. Speaker, like I said, thanks to the Honorable Minister of Works, the Executive Chairman of Water and Sewage. Finally, Crooked Island water problem would be resolved thanks to this caring government. The council and I begin capital project to repair the dock, packing, facilities, and bathrooms at Turtle Sound. This will be of great assistance to the fishermen and other residents on a daily basis. Mr. Speaker, there's also a need for a public restrooms at the dock in Landreau Point, and much needed general facelift to the area. Presently, there's work being done at the dock and at the cove. I want to say to this caring government, the Minister of Works, special thank you for the paving of the road leading from Churchill Grove to Turtle Sound. This road, I said that already. Thank you for the completion. Minister, Honorable Minister, I know you would have remembered when I took you up that rocky pathway to that place, that woman place where we all had to, you know, make our way. It was really rough. But guess what? Thank you also for completing the completion of the road work paving for the settlement of Johnny Hill. The resident in particular, Miss Edith Bain.
Yes. Oh, Miss Bain, man.
Miss Renita Ferguson.
Yes.
And Miss Rowena Sims and others are extremely grateful for the work.
Yes.
They say thank you.
Yes. I'm an island boy. Talk strong for them island people.
We are looking and we are praying for the upgrade of the runway for the Cricket Island Airport. This caring government, I know this caring government will get it done. Mr. Speaker, many of the people are still in need of some home repairs in Salina Point, and other settlements are concerned about the sea walls being repaired. And that there's a need for hurricane shelters and community centers in the area that is called the Bight that can accommodate large ships. It was stated that a port can be established, built at the southern point. Mr. Speaker, the mailboat service is still a challenge. There's a need for repairs to the post office, new lamp poles, the restoration of electricity to parts of the island. Mr. Speaker, the residents also have concern about the improvement of their landlines and in need of facilities in which to pay their bills. However, Mr. Speaker, work is progressing well at the various clinics. Mr. Speaker, last weekend I attended the first Ackland's Casarilla Heritage Festival. It was historical. It was a historical occasion, and I was elated to be there. The Casarilla is found on Ackland's, Cricket Island, Long Key, and surrounding keys, and have been exported from the Bahamas for decades. Mr. Speaker, I assure the residents that this member of Parliament would not be found guilty in assisting to deplete the Casarilla Bar by removing them from the scene from Ackland's to other islands within the Bahamas or another country. Mr. Speaker, I believe that this is a heritage that is precious to the people of Acklands. Therefore, I will do whatever in my power our government to cause the Casarilla bag to be developed and manufactured on the island of Acklands. Mr. Speaker, during my campaign in 2017, while in Salina Point, Acklands, with the then leader and now the most honorable Prime Minister, Member of Parliament for Kalani, Hubert A. Minnis, I said to the people, you are a great people, and there is wealth all around you. The Casarilla tree that many islanders make their income from. We will do all in our powers to assist and expand this industry. Mr. Speaker, I am convinced that the first Ackland's Casarilla Heritage Festival is the beginning of the words which were spoken. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank Ms. Anita Coley-Pratt and her team for an awesome job they have done and continue to do. Yes, Mr. Speaker, and all of the government agencies and others who are working to make, and others who are working to make this a reality. Mr. Speaker, the Bahamas Development Bank had several meetings and have other meetings scheduled where they will meet with the residents pertaining to the development, the further development of the Cotswold Bar. The Minister of Agriculture and Marine Resource, the Honorable Michael C. Pintard, and other representatives. Mr. Speaker, the residents of Acklands and I are convinced that this can be a greater economic growth and development for Acklands. Long Key, Mr. Speaker, this island seems to have been forgotten and neglected with its rich history. There is a need to complete road, docks, and other infrastructure. There is still a need for some home repairs for the few residents. Mr. Speaker, I am convinced that this minister's government is headed in the right direction.
Yes.
Yes, and is doing the best for as many people as we can.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the government for fulfilling many of the promises. The people of the Bahamas will remember our work in 2022, be they good or bad. Mr. Speaker, someone said every now and then you should have somebody different in your foxhole. So when you speak repeatedly, it's more likely to be heard, understood, and done. Somebody different in your foxhole is one of the ways to make the most of every opportunity. Mr. Speaker, it is said without question, some of us need a break free from some of the people we have been hanging around. Mr. Speaker, I liken this minister's government to a ship. A ship in a harbor is safe, but that's not what a ship was built for. All aboard. If not, come and let us weather the storm together against opposition, yet making a true assessment of why we are here and what we are doing. Mr. Speaker, in my conclusion,
Are you taking Mark with the foxhole now?
this government is going to continue to do well.
Yes.
Michael is on board
What about PLP line?
with the 2019-20 budget. But I want to say that the ship is headed in the right direction. And because we are headed in the right direction, Mr. Speaker,
Steady as she goes.
I turn to St. Peter.
Yeah. What Peter say?
This is what he said. But the God of all grace, who had called us,
Bring that voice now. Bring it on.
but the God of all grace, who had called us,
That's what he said.
and to his eternal glory, not by might nor by power,
No. No.
but who has called us, and to his eternal glory by Christ Jesus. After that we or you have suffered a while, make you perfect, make us perfect, establish, strengthen, settle. To him be glory and dominion forever and ever. Mr. Speaker, God bless the honorable members my people of the Macau constituency and the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. God bless you, Mr. Speaker. Long live the Bahamas. Macau supports.
Thank you, Honorable Member. All I can say after that is a happy Father's Day to all the fathers in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Mr. Deputy?
Speaking of a bias, pick one of these hometown girls and you leave after that. Remember White House, they covered the false service, Speaker. They covered the false service.
As many. The chair recognizes the member for St. Anne's.
Just so that as not to interrupt the next speaker, I move that the business of the House to continue beyond 7 o'clock on Thursday, June 13th, 2019.
Been moved and seconded that the business of this House continues beyond 7 p.m. on the 13th of June 2019. As many members are in favor, remain seated. Those opposing will rise. This House is hereby continue business beyond 7 p.m. on the 13th of June 2019.
As many. The chair recognizes the member for Yamoussoukro.
I'll hear my MP till 7:15. I gotta go.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me say what a delight, privilege, and pleasure it is to stand here in the service of my great country and in the service of the great people of the constituency of Yamoussoukro. Mr. Speaker, some 2 odd years ago, I do recall I'm coming into government. There was a lady was invited from Barbados to give a presentation. And at the end of that presentation, she said that she had decided after years of experience to add another module to her presentation. And she called that presentation, that module, Go Get a Life. Because she said that she had found from her years of experience that public servants and politicians at the end of their careers sometimes or normally die from depression. Because everything or the persons or institutions that serve to bring them to that point where a political organization or or an organization of that sort invited them to be a part of it, they would have abandoned. So you come, where you have a wife, and 5 years on, 10 years on, 15 years on, your family and your wife, you're separated from them. You have some good friends, some good police friends, John Hall, and a number of others. They were your friends, they called you by your first name, they had nicknames for you, and it was okay. 5 years on, 10 years on, 15 years on, you're in the company of plenty persons who really meant you no good. I had a conversation with one of my colleagues who was a bodyguard for one of our, and I'm not going to say one of our former leaders. And he says, the interesting thing is that nobody calls the chief anymore. As a matter of fact, I quite recall when the FNM won the last general election, all of a sudden, the member for Kalani became the chief. Everybody was running down the chief. She said, you had a church, and you sang in the choir.
5 years on, 15 years on, and I crave your indulgence. You're outside of the church, you've left the choir, and you don't even call your priest or pastor anymore. Your lodge or your Rotary group. And what she was saying is to remain grounded. Those persons who knew you then, knew you and associated with you because they loved you. They respect you. They understood your idiosyncrasies. And they had the patience and the tolerance to deal with them. And so, Mr. Speaker, before I go any further, I would like to acknowledge those persons. My wife and my family, my 3 children, my mother, who's watching from home, my aunt, who I spoke to this morning, who I grew up with on Cat Island, Cat Island, and I always call her, and she knows when I call, sometimes I'm on rocky ground. And I thank her for reminding me, as she has these saying, and I said it before, she says, listen, son, you'd never know if a boat could take you if it stay tied up to the dock. And you were built for big sea. So don't come to me with these type of talk. Saying, so anytime I think about her and things get rough, I would go to the YouTube and I'll find a boat in the South Sea. I'll watch it sailing. Now she will not tell me to be foolish if the sea is too big, pull into port. So I want to acknowledge those persons. But there were some persons that I met after coming into politics. And those are the persons who came to me. Very genuine persons in the constituency of Yamacraw. My chairman, Mr. Higgins, Mr. Merlin Abbey, Mr. Doyle Roberts, Mr. Hanna, Jason Hanna, Ms. Ann Stubb, and a number of other persons who serve on my executive. And as there those unsung persons, Mr. Chairman, who when I walk, I remember I had the opportunity to walk alone in Yamacraw. My brother was with me, he was driving the car, and I was walking from door to door. Those persons, when they see you, and that's why it's very important to be on the ground in your community, and to have honest deliberations with the persons in your community. You'd be surprised to know what they will tell you. You would be surprised to know the assistance that they would give you. And so I want to express my gratitude to them for all that they have done. So I take this opportunity just to say thank you and to express my gratitude to them. Mr. Speaker, while I was preparing for this presentation, something came to mind. A hero, and when I last spoke in this House, I spoke of a celebrity, and I'm deciding to call people celebrities. And sometimes the people that we would term celebrities in our life is not really known by anybody. But there's some significant things that they do for you. But this person is very well known. And I want to read from a presentation that he gave. And this is none other than the former Governor General, Sir Arthur Foulkes. And he was celebrating his 90th birthday. And Mr. Speaker, after expressing his gratitude, he went on to speak about the Bahamas. And I quote, he says, I am grateful to the Bahamian people for allowing me the privilege of serving them. This really has been my life's primary ambition. We have come a long way in the process of nation building, and we have accomplished much of which we can be justly proud. Nation building is a never-ending process in which all of us are engaged, or ought to be engaged, in one way or another. Those of us who have chosen the political arena are often distressed to hear some people say negative things about politics, or even us, and I add that. I trust that young people contemplating a career in politics would not be put off by the perceived misbehavior of some in the political arena. Unfortunately, we humans have the capacity to abuse even divine institutions. But there is nothing intrinsically wrong with politics. To the contrary, apart from the sacred ministry, I can think of no more noble way to serve humanity than through the practice of democratic politics. It is indispensable to the advance and expansion of what I call the civilization movement. It is indispensable to the establishment of law and good order that are the handmaidens to justice, which is sovereign. It is indispensable to the full flowering and security of all those freedoms and rights which we have ardently cherished. Of those who scoff at the practice of politics are asked, how do you think all those beautiful things got written down on the piece of paper we call our Constitution? And I could imagine him thinking about those men who went away to assist in crafting the Constitution. How can those institutions of the state which ensure our stability be maintained except through the practice of democratic politics? How can we pursue the high aspirations of a people and protect their rights and freedoms without the practice of democratic politics? I am proud of the Bahamian people for their keen interest in politics over the many generations. They have demonstrated that interest in every general election with one of the highest voluntary voter turnout in the world. The Bahamian people know that politics can bring change and progress. For example, there's a big difference today from the old days when most Bahamian children had to leave school at the age of 14. I managed to reprieve to 15. Today, despite the challenges which remains in education, we have thousands of young Bahamians with college degrees, including doctorates. And of course, we have our very own University of Bahamians. So to those young persons who may be so inclined, I say, do not hesitate. Prepare yourselves. Get in the game. We still have a nation to build, and we need our very best to the task. And I want to express my kind gratitude to Sir Arthur Folk for inviting persons to be a part of the democratic process to serve deputy. And that inspired me. But sometimes when we hear or we experience certain things, we can get discouraged. But to hear somebody who gave his life, his energies and his talents to building this country, it really reinvigorates me to come to this place and to serve the Bahamian people. Mr. Speaker, I know during these debates we would have heard of certain statements being made. I do recall when I first met the good member for Kalani, and I'm going to get to my speech very shortly. We met some years back. Pardon me? We met some years back, and a lady who's near and dear to me, she's in another place now, still on earth. She took me to his residence. She said, I want you to meet someone. And lo and behold, when I got there, was the member for Kalani. And it was myself and a few other persons. And we had a conversation. I said to him then and there that I had great respect for him. That I thought, and I still do, think that he was in the best interest of the Bahamas. And I expressed certain concerns that I had at that time. I also told the member for Kalani, and I'm happy that he's here to witness this, but if there's ever a time that I feel or my confidence is no longer reposed in him, but nobody's going to tell him that, I will be the one to approach him in a courteous, decent, and respectful manner and have a conversation with him, and the world doesn't have to know that. Not only that, when I add this to it, he can give the explanation. Because I believe in trying my endeavor best to conduct myself with a certain style in class. The lady to which I spoke about this morning, I wasn't born before, said to me on being elected to policy, she says, now else remember, nobody died and gave you big money. And I know what she meant. I knew, knowing my aunt, I knew what she meant, and I know just what she was getting at. We didn't have to speak about a budget. So what she was saying, so when she said to me, else nobody die and leave you no big money, I knew what she meant. You were a boy, you beat what? And your grandmother kept the money for you. You beat the bar, and your grandmother kept the money. We went to crab, and this is how we did it. As a matter of fact, I do recall in the 80s when all the planes would circle Cat Island, and my grandmother said we were going to sleep very well. And we did. I didn't know what Colombia or where Colombia was, but I know when the Colombians came, we were concerned about it. And when I went to Colombia, I would deal with that further on in my presentation. I met a gentleman who said, first time to Colombia? No. So what do you think? And I wanted to tell him so bad about my boy. Sorry. But I couldn't tell him that. But you know, I want to address, I listened to the good member for Pine and his contribution on the other day. A brother that I respect. And I heard what he said about persons, and I want to clear that. Because nobody really died and left me much. I work for what I get. I work in legal aid for some 12, 13 years. And sometimes I wonder why, but I get the benefits from it today. I serve as the bar president, and I remember Mrs. Angerson told me that my father's coming to the Bahamas. A gentleman that adopted me, Mr. Arthur Dion Hanna Jr. And he says, boy, I was afraid I don't think we get, when we were at the prison, he said, I don't think we could ever make the big money. I said, why would you say that? Because we always deal with poor people. But he was joking, because we were rich, and we were dealing with those very same people who the master said, if you deal with them, you were dealing with him. Indeed, in truth, and in fact. But I just want the Bahamian people to know that I don't kiss hips. And neither do I suck it with a straw. I've come into this with my integrity and my dignity intact, and I intend to leave with it. I'm not a lap dog. I don't sing for my supper. As a boy, we couldn't eat from everybody in the community. So if you were hungry, you knew that you wait until you get home. And I see a lot of people in here like that. You just couldn't eat from any and everybody. And you couldn't tell them that you were hungry. There's a level of courtesy and respect that I show to leadership. Even you would hear me say things to Cat Island, Rum Kings in Salvador, and I would say cuss. But I have the highest respect for him. As a matter of fact, I celebrate him. And I want to commend you, Mr. Chair, because I observed your interaction with him on Cat Island. And despite the fact that things get extremely heated in here, and he would say things. I remember one day he said something to you, you got up. And he respectfully withdrew. But you identified him as the member, the leader of the Her Majesty's loyal opposition. And I'm very grateful for the style and class with which you conducted yourself. You did not berate him, but you showed him what he is entitled to. My leader, the most honorable Dr. Hubert Minnis, as long as I'm in the Free National Movement, is entitled to a certain level of respect. If I have something that I want to say to him, and he could confirm it, I would call and make an appointment. Or I am on council. I'm on executive council. I sit in his cabinet. I do recall when I spoke about the appointment of the Chief Justice, you would be surprised to know who called me. Someone from deep on the other side. Because he was talking country then. He says, you and the Prime Minister don't talk it. I was shocked to get a message from him. I said, yes, sir, we still do. He says, you can't be talking if you're in the cabinet. You got to get that right. Or, if you don't want to get it right, you understand what you have to do. Your fowl would be fish or fowl. Or, as Exuma, Ragged Island, and Ragged Island says, you can't be half pregnant. And I pondered that for years. There's a certain way that we deal with things. And I just wanted to get that out of the way, and I'm grateful that I'm here to serve the Bahamian people. If you check my bank account, I haven't gained any great advancement. As a matter of fact, I'm grateful to my wife because she picks up the burden. And that's why I identified and acknowledge her. But you know, Mr. Speaker, there are those who would say that this government has done absolutely nothing. And during my presentation, I had the good fortune to go on the internet because we're now looking to digitize the entire country. As I started to do my research, and then I look at the UN Sustainable Goals. I Googled it. Sustainable Goals, and it identified how we as a world have agreed to assist persons. But one of the things that we passed is the Proceeds of Crime Act. And what the Proceeds of Crime Act provides for is for the confiscation of unexplained wealth. Now, there are a lot of persons, when I tell them about this provision, sometimes don't even realize it exists. But if you come into politics and you do your annual returns, you have to do your disclosure. Now it is law in the Bahamas that if you cannot explain, let's keep it for parliamentarians, legitimately explain where you got those funds, it goes to the government. And I quite recall when we first took government, the Prime Minister gave me a copy of a piece of legislation. He says, I like that. And I'm quite certain he gave it to the AG because the instructions were given. It was placed in his act. It's designed to create a level of responsibility and accountability in government. So that what we've seen in the past, if we enforce it, there'll be nobody coming in here and 5 years later they're a multi-millionaire and they can't tell you if they've meant Rumpelstiltskin to the stone straw into gold. So this, if only this, is one of the advancements that this government has made to ensure accountability and transparency. And so I always keep in mind the Proceeds of Crime Act and unexplained wealth. But I just wanted, Mr. Speaker, to get that off my chest, and I thank you. Mr. Speaker, I would like to just recognize a few persons in the community. There's Mr. and Mrs. Ramming, their daughter. No, not Mr. and Mrs. Dean, their daughter, passed away, Kenesha Dean. And I was away, and I gave them a call, and I'm going to come and visit with you. There's also Mr. and Mrs. Ramming, Blair John, who met his untimely death in Italy, is their son, a brilliant young man of the soil. And I want to say to them, express the condolences of my family and I and the constituency of Yamato. And then there's Carolyn Bonacaba, Carolyn, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Thelma McDonald, the mother of Teddy McDonald, a former senior police officer who trained me when I was in the Royal Bahamas Police Force in the college. His mother passed away. And so I would like to express condolences on behalf of my family and I to the McDonalds, and most certainly from all of those in New Balkan Island. And you have the MP for Garden Hills sending his condolences to you, sir. And now to my presentation. Mr. Speaker, I would like to join with my colleagues and express profound gratitude to the member for East Grand Bahama and the Ministry of Finance for presenting an excellent budget setting the direction for the management of public finance and our economy during 2019 and the 2020 fiscal year. Mr. Speaker, I have had the good fortune of being appointed, I've had the good fortune, Mr. Speaker, of being appointed as the Minister of State in the office of the Attorney General. And the substantive officer, Mr. Speaker, is the Honorable Senator, the Honorable Mr. Carl Buffer, Mr. Speaker. And that office, Mr. Speaker, is grounded or established by way of Article 72 of the Constitution. And it states that there should be a cabinet of the Bahamas. That the cabinet shall consist of the Prime Minister and not less than 8 ministers, of whom 1 shall be the Attorney General. And as many as the Prime Minister within the confines of the Constitution may appoint. Mr. Speaker, underlying the whole concept of the Constitution is the rule of law. And in recent time, Mr. Speaker, I've heard, or in the words of the Attorney General, as he's expressed confidence, as he rightly should, in the Supreme Court of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. I want to congratulate Mr. Brian Murray, who was recently appointed Chief Justice of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. I also would like to take this opportunity to congratulate Mrs. Ruth Bobava, who was appointed Justice of the Supreme Court. And express, and I know that the Honorable Prime Minister will reiterate it, our Prime Minister, the confidence of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas in our independent, impartial, and fearless judiciary. Mr. Speaker, you know, I refer to Justice Stephen Breyer, a Justice of the Supreme Court, U.S. Supreme Court, on at least one occasion in this honorable place. And I want to refer to a speech that he gave in 2013 on the rule of law. And it was on the 800th anniversary of the Magna Carta, that government that King John was required to sign by his barons. Pardon? Oh yes, by King John. Because Mr. Speaker, I've listened and I've heard persons say in this House that this government, and you hear throughout my presentation, has done or said certain things that militates against the independence of the judiciary, Mr. Speaker. And there's a poem that I'd intended to read, Mr. Speaker. I would not put you through that. I would just ask you to allow me to read 2 verses with your leave. And Justice Breyer, as he was giving his presentation, was expressing the importance of the rule of law, the importance of the Magna Carta, and inviting us to consider having judges, lawyers, and the rule of law or tyranny. He says, look around the world at countries that use brute force, and look at countries that have adopted the concept of the rule of law, trust and confidence and equality before the law, and trust and confidence in their judges, and decide which one you would want. And I love this poem, The Reed of Runnymede, and it goes, Runnymede, at Runnymede, at Runnymede, what say the reeds at Runnymede? The lissome reeds that give and take, that bend so far but never break, They keep the sleepy Tims away with tales of John at Runnymede. At Runnymede, oh, hear the reeds at Runnymede. You mustn't sell, delay, deny a free man's right or liberty. It makes the stubborn English root we saw soaring rouse at Runnymede. I can't help myself, Mr. Chairman. When through our ranks the barons came, with little thought of praise or blame, but resolute to play the game, they lumbered up to Runnymede, and there they launched in solid time the first attack on right divine, the curt, uncompromising side, but settled John at Runnymede. At Runnymede, your rights were won at Runnymede. With emphasis, no free man shall be fined or bound, or dispossessed of freehold ground, except by lawful judgment found and passed upon him by his peers. Forget not, after all these years, the charter signed at Runnymede. And still, when mob or monarch lays too rude a hand on English ways, the whisper wakes, the shudder plays across the reeds at Runnymede, and Thames that knows the mood of kings, and crowds and priests, and such like things, rolls deep and dreadful as he brings these warning down from Runnymede. And what excites me about this is that there was a time when persons decided that they would choose the rule of law and not the rule of tyranny. And what they decided is that no free man shall be fined or bound or dispossessed of freehold ground except by lawful judgment found and passed upon him by their peers. Mr. Speaker, the poem that I just read finds itself in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, and I had reason to refer to it before. And I do recall a speech given by former Chief Justice when he was referring to statements, thank you very much, when he was referring to statements that were then being held at Miss Justice Indra Childs. And he referred to 2007, and he quoted from the former Chief Justice, Justice Hall. And I'm not going to read everything that Justice Hall said, but I think it's very important, Mr. Speaker, because there are matters before the court that are being dealt with, and we must be careful when we speak about those matters. The member for Cal Island, Ron Kinston, Salvador, made a good point when he indicated that justice is not a placid virtue. You know, you can criticize it, but you must do or say absolutely nothing to undermine the integrity or the administration of justice. And the reason why I go through this, Mr. Speaker, because I know that I have the support of the Honorable Prime Minister. And I want to express, through him, unflinching support for the judiciary. And if you look, I remember when I came in, he gave us a Bible, well, the Bible for this is another speech from the throne. And Mr. Justice, the Chief Justice was then saying, and I'll quote from him, "As I close, I end with one concern, and perhaps a familiar refrain. It is my hope that all and sundry will come to accept in a real way the principle of the independence of the judiciary, not just playing lip service. I sat in my office the other day, and I watched in dismay the judgment of Justice Indra Childs, how it was assailed publicly. Matters of judice are now generally made the subject of comment in Parliament or elsewhere. That is a rule of long standing that is observed throughout the Commonwealth and in most civilized countries. I have heard repeatedly the court, I've said repeatedly, the court exists to address grievances and disputes, and since we deal with a multi-tiered system, when one is aggrieved by a decision at one level, one may pursue justice at another level of the system. We should not berate and try to demonize and threaten with imprisonment judges who are doing their best. And then he goes on to say that he will quote from Justice Burton Hall when he gave his presentation in 2007. And Mr. Speaker, I want to adopt what the then Chief Justice said. I think we must be very careful. I want to say, and I've heard the Attorney General said it, when there is a matter before the court, and there was some public concern, he said, you know, we believe in an independent judiciary. We support it. And if we're dissatisfied with something, we go to the next court. We go to the next court. When the Privy Council decides it, that's it. Or we make law for it. And so, Mr. Speaker, I heard a person saying that this government had made certain remarks to or about the judiciary. That was not the acronym there, Mr. Speaker. As a matter of fact, it is this government that proposed Court Services Act to really give some sense of independence, not give some sense of independence, but to allow the courts to determine certain matters as it relates to their finances. And you can find it in the speech from the throne. The Prime Minister recently spoke about the construction of a courthouse. And we know that for years, the courts have expressed its concerns about plant and facilities. So I just wanted to say that, Mr. Speaker, that those who know better, we live in a very small society. We must do better. But to say that we in the Free National Movement support our independent judiciary. And so I want to congratulate the Chief Justice once again, and Mrs. Ruth Barber, and all of those justices and magistrates who work extremely hard to perform their duties, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, I thank you. Mr. Chairman, I move to the budget. And as I listen to the budget, Mr. Speaker, as I listen to the presentation, I'm going to go, just allow me, I'm going to go through the structure of my speech. As I listened to the budget at one stage, I had reason to say to the member for Exuma and Ragged Island that Mrs. Nikki Kelly was right. That she was right in her observation about this budget. And as I sit to think about all of the things that this government has done, and then the Integrity Commission bill, the Fiscal Responsibility Bill, Mr. Speaker, which requires a fiscal report to be placed before the House. And I saw what Mrs. Nikki Kelly wrote, and it's entitled, Budget Outlines Plans to Make Government More Efficient and Productive. And Mr. Speaker, I started off by reading from the article. And somebody said today, not everybody's all bad. So I wouldn't sit here and say that the side opposite had it all bad. I know that they went wrong. At some stage they went wrong. Because etched in my mind is Mr. Edmund Moxie, the founder of the urban renewal concept, and I would know to be giving him full credit for what he's done, what he went through, his passion, and his commitment to community. And my father always told me about the night of the long nights. And that's somewhat etched in my mind. And so I want to adopt some of what she said, Mr. Chairman. And with your leave, may I read a portion of it into the record, sir? Okay. He says, Chester Cooper, and I would like to say, or the MP for Exuma and Ragged Island. The PRB Shadow Minister for Finance described the administration 2019-2020 budget as a tale of epic failure and lacking any plan to grow the economy. Today, we heard a lot of gibberish, he said, but nothing to uplift the Bahamian people. No announcement of growth or opportunities or relief as their quality of life diminishes. The trouble with Mr. Cooper is that he's so focused on looking for figures with which to fragate the government that he missed the real thrust of the budget communication, which was to detail what steps are being taken by the Minister administration to, and she says, 1, improve tax collection and tax compliance by making the tax system more transparent and fair. 2, ensure monies are spent on what is necessary and needed in a more targeted and strategic way so as to increase government efficiency and productivity. Following are examples, and I know sometimes I don't always agree with Ms. Kelly, but I'm inclined to agree with her here. Following are examples cited by Finance Minister, and that's the member for East Grand Bahama, Minister Peter Turnquest. This is following are examples cited by Finance Minister Peter Turnquest to demonstrate the government's new approach to revenue collection. After doing a ministry-by-ministry, line-by-line item analysis of actual government expenditure compared to budget sums, a historical pattern of over-budgeting was discovered due to the failure to remove employees who had either retired or left the public service. Although these individuals were no longer being paid, their salaries were still being budgeted for, thereby reducing spending in other key areas of the economy, he explained. And I read the budget presentation, I was away, and I realized that she went through it because as the paragraphs flow, she has it there. Consequently, the government's wage bill for 2017-2018 fiscal year was over budgeted by 53 million. By eliminating these phantom employees, the budget was now an actual reflection of the government's commitment, Mr. Turnquest said. And I saw this, Mr. Speaker, as we went through really doing our budget exercise, and I want to congratulate the Financial Secretary, because I know that one ministry under that is under the auspices of the Attorney General, the questions were incisive. And he put to them very bluntly, he says, listen, you have more employees than customers. How will you sustain yourself? And you have to produce a strategic plan to show us why government funds should be going there. Right? Because he was thinking in line of national needs assessment and whether or not some private institution would be suggested to take charge of that institution. And I like the incisive question that he asked. And it goes on. He says, research also revealed that in area after area, government agencies spent only between 60 to 70% of their allocation, therefore provided an opportunity to surgically trim the budget, decrease fiscal inefficiencies, and reverse the historic pattern of improper planning, resulting in over-budgeting with little to show for it. And I haven't heard anybody contradict what the Minister of Finance has said and what Mrs. Kelly has observed. Is by spending wisely, we have an opportunity to deliver more benefits with increased efficiency and productivity, he added. Probably the most significant change in the way Bahamian governments normally operate was the passage of the Fiscal Responsibility Act 2018. And if memory serves me correct, I think everybody on that night when that day, when we were in this honorable place, Mr. Chairman, voted in support of the Fiscal Responsibility Act 2018. And she goes on, which is intended to hold both the present and future government accountable for the way in which public funds are collected and spent. It also binds the government of the Bahamas to a strategic plan for meeting core financial goals. Mr. Tanquest pointed out, these include achieving a sustainable level of debt, of which no more than 50% of the GDP over the minimum term, and a targeted fiscal balance that does not exceed 0.5% of the GDP by 2020, 2021, and beyond. As mandated by the Act, and I like the article because I got a copy of the Act, and I read the Act, and I said, wow, she read the entire Act. Because as mandated by the Act, the government published the very first fiscal strategy report last November, which besides being discussed in Parliament, set out the priorities for the budget, for the next budget, as well as a clear path for fiscal reform over the medium term. The Fiscal Responsibility Act calls for the establishment of a Fiscal Responsibility Council comprised of 5 members with legal, business, economic, accounting, and fiscal background, respectively, selected by specific private entities. And what I love about it is, one of those entities is, well, the Bahamas Bar Association, the accounting sector, it allowed, but the University of the Bahamas, which is seen in some forms as really the fourth arm of government, because it's expected to produce innovative, insightful, and objective observations on these matters. And I'm happy that you were selected to play a part in it. The Fiscal Responsibility Act calls for the establishment, okay, I already read that. The names of the proposed members have already been put forward, with the final selection of council members to be made by the Governor General. The council's role will be to foster budgetary discipline by independently evaluating the government's compliance with the rules and principles set out in the Act, including the general principles, fiscal responsibility principles, and fiscal objectives. In doing this, the Council is expected to review and assess the government's fiscal strategy report, the mid-year review, the annual budget, and the government's audited annual accounts. The thorough and complete assessment of each of these documents will serve to promote the government's adherence to sound fiscal decisions that take into account the economic impact that they will have on the economy. Mr. Tanquest said, what is particularly significant is that under the terms of the Act, the Council is to have access to all government information and all public servants in the fulfillment of its mandate. Furthermore, its deliberations and the report of the Council will not be subjected to direction or intervention by a public officer on elected official. In addition, the Council will report directly to the Bahamian people through its direct submission to Parliament. Mr. Speaker, I think that's powerful. Because what Mrs. Kelly outlined is something that is significant. A significant pillar that the government of the Bahamas has put into place. And Mr. Speaker, I said earlier, we have to remember what was the condition when the minister-led government came into power. Are you completed? using that particular...
No, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, well, when you're done.
Thank you, sir. No, Mr. Chair. We met, and this is not a blame game. It's a fact. It's not a blame game. It's a fact. The economy was not the best. It was not the best. And we set about, led by the Honorable Prime Minister, we went about and gave certain presentations. And I heard persons saying that he went around the world downing the Bahamas. Nothing could be further from the truth. Because I do recall when he gave a presentation at a grouping of law ministers from around the Commonwealth, he spoke about technology and its injection into governance. And one of the things that it brought to mind, Mr. Speaker, what he said, is it fell into line, Mr. Speaker, here's your indulgence, with the sustainable goals, the UN sustainable goals, Mr. Speaker. And I've listened to a number of presentations, Mr. Speaker, and there are 17 goals, Mr. Speaker. And when you get the speeches and you read the speeches, Mr. Speaker, you will see that. Never did anybody condescend to the speeches given by the Prime Minister and identify the specific paragraph or sentence where he would have said something that was disparaging to undermine the good reputation around the world. He went around the world and said, listen, the Bahamas is a place to do business. Putting in place certain structures, but because none of those were foreign to do things that would undermine the reputation of the Bahamas. And that is the reason I identified the procedure crime act. Any undeclared wealth can be taken away. And so these speeches, Mr. Speaker, and I've heard said over and over, oh, he went around and he downed the Bahamas. And then you look at the Department of Public Service, the Department of Social Services, and the stuff, especially bringing in the Fiscal Responsibility Act and what is it designed to do. It looks to alleviate poverty. It looks to deal with hunger. It looks to give good health and well-being, a quality education. And I sat and I listened to the Minister of Education as he gave his presentation. I want to thank him for coming to Yamapur and giving a presentation on digital education and what it means for us. And I've always said, Mr. Speaker, I haven't had the good fortune to finish all my years in school, but God has been good to me. And so digital education, we brought in the person from Estonia. And when he spoke about corruption, he was speaking directly with the world now identified as a system of corruption. When your system is corrupt, if you do, so the world is moving now to a cashless system. The world is moving now to efficiency and the ease of doing business. The system would be corrupt if somebody, you could have already been there. There's someone from Managua to go online and put in an application for a passport. They do it in Canada, you send your information, you get a response for a birth certificate. I'm happy and I want to congratulate the work that is being done by Minister Crazy Thompson in leading the information technology drive in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. But getting back to the presentation given by the Prime Minister, Minister of Education, you see it all falls in line with the UN 17 Sustainable Goals. Mr. Speaker, the intent is to reduce inequalities. I want to get to Rule 16 that looks at peace and justice. And that is something, Mr. Speaker, that we are focusing on in the Attorney General's office. But I will come to that later, but you heard the Minister of Finance spoke about the use of information technology in the various ministries and how it will bring a much more accountable and transparent process
And so when the Prime Minister ran about it, he told the world that this is the place to come and do business. It was not a fluke. And we saw the results by persons coming to the Bahamas and seeking to invest in the Bahamas. We saw it in terms of the local investors taking an interest in this country. And so, Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to make mention of that, because over and over again, you hear these records being sung over and over and over that the Prime Minister read about down in the country, or calling the Bahamians corrupt. You would hear the Minister for Immigration, who sits to my right, speak about digitizing the Immigration Department. It's no secret, and everybody would admit, that there have been applications in there for years. We know around ministries that files have disappeared sometimes or just go missing. But if you create a structure where you digitally input those files, they can't be corrupted. And that is what the Prime Minister was speaking about, Mr. Chairman. So I want to commend the Prime Minister for his efforts. The other thing that Mrs. Kelly spoke about, she spoke about the Ministry of Finance. She says that the Ministry of Finance has finally made the leap and brought the short-term home rental market under their mantle of value-added tax. The Airbnbs, and I was stunned. I went into one of the family islands, and someone told me a story, and I have every good reason to believe them. But on some of those islands, the Airbnb can go up to sometimes $15,000 a week. You have second homeowners. It is alleged that construct homes, and they really use them not as second vacation homes, but they use them as Airbnb, and they are on the market renting those things. And that is what we are seeking to address, Mr. Speaker. And so Ms. Kelly said she was happy that we have taken the leap to look at that. She referenced somebody who thought it would somehow affect the foreign indigent. And Mr. Speaker, while I'm here, I want to say this, that this Free National Movement government understand and appreciate that there are certain levels. You have the working class, the middle class, and the upper echelons of the society. And the thrust of what this government has been doing, when you look at land reform, the laying of the white paper, and what is intended to do, is not being done, especially, and I'll get to that later, Mr. Speaker. In 40 years, and I've said this before, after all the effort that our courts have given, and the free advice that they've given, about how irregular the transportation of land, or the land regime is in the Bahamas, very little, if anything, was done. And I could always remember, and I referenced Angliston, and the wonderful work that her father did for those ladies from Cat Island. And I could always remember our brother telling me how the family was basically starved out. You just didn't take certain cases. If you took certain cases, this is what will happen. And as I made presentations on a former occasion, the file went missing. The ladies went to prison. And still we have in 2019 a land regime that really affects the ease of doing business. You have your registry is in total chaos. We're trying to take care of that. I want to commend the Prime Minister for injecting capital in the Department of Lands and Survey. I was so happy to see the young persons go in it. And I visited there, and they're actively putting properties into the system. Not only that, the Bahamians who have been in occupation of lands for some time, government land, Mr. Chairman, will be given their crown grants. And those crown grants would go into the system. That is phenomenal, the thrust with which this government is moving with, to empower the average, ordinary person. As I said on the last occasion, Mr. Deputy, the former president of the Court of Appeal was appointed to be the commissioner of the Law Reform Commission. And her role is to engage public consultation as it relates to land. And Mr. Speaker, this is an exciting time in our present time. Because land, as I said before, was used to imprison, to denigrate. You could vote as many times depending on how many properties you had. And so it's good that at this stage, this late stage, we're taking the opportunity to do that. One of the things, Mr. Speaker, and I identify that is because you hear certain persons, even certain persons from among our ranks, and there are certain things that we agree on, but certain persons from among our ranks would say that the free national movement has done absolutely nothing good. But that side opposite and this side would agree. But the right sizing of land in the Bahamas is an excellent thing. It's a direct response to the economic, social, and historical injustices that were wrought on the Bahamas. It's an excellent thing. When you look at the over-the-hill project, for years, Mr. Deputy, we've spoken about the over-the-hill community and how much we love her. But nobody ever gave any serious concern about creating an area with the intention to go to other areas, to give tax exemptions, to invite persons to invest. And I always say to Bain and Grant, I think I told Bain and Grandson, if I was him, millions are being spent. I'd have gotten a horse and couch. Then you look today, you see scores of people. And I want to commend the community for participating in it. You see like a dozen persons all over the hill, and they're walking around. If I was the member of the Bain and Grandstand, I'll take the lead on doing the research of the trees. Big silk trees, and I'd name them. Just name it. Do the history on it. And so, Mr. Speaker, the investment in the over-the-hill project, the construction of a park, and the reason why I say is because there are some persons who said that absolutely nothing has been done in the past 2 years. The creation of a walkway from East Street down to the bridge. Nothing is being hidden. The invitation of the port group to come and regentrify the port area. Awaki, all of those things, and Bahamians are being invited. I want to encourage persons to take advantage of the opportunity. There are those in this country that we know that are here. If they could have those tax exemptions, they would be in there doing and taking advantage of it. And so, Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate this government for all that is done thus far. And so, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank Mrs. Kelly for her observations, and I have to assign and give this to you.
Yes. What are the documents?
Pardon me?
What are the documents brought up?
Yeah. Huh? Mr. Speaker, just before I send it up, today's the 13th. 13th. You know, I want to reiterate what she says. If Exuma had looked much more closer, he'd have seen the benefits, if only of the Fiscal Responsibility Act, which he voted for, and which the side officers voted for, and see what benefits it brings to the Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
What are the documents he brought up? It is ready now, Mr. Clark.
I'm finally ready. Pardon me? No. That one was good enough.
What are the documents you lying on the table?
Huh? I said I don't always agree with everything. Mr. Speaker, getting back to the Attorney General's office, I would like to thank the staff who give yeoman service to the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. I will not try and mislead you or the Commonwealth of the Bahamas to say but all is well. There's a staffing problem, and we need more staff. Mr. Speaker, there was an air conditioning problem that we've resolved, and they worked through that, Mr. Speaker. So I want to commend the independent director of public prosecution and all of those young attorneys who work along with him, young and old. Because, Mr. Speaker, as we hear of the incidents of violence on the street, sometimes we shrink and express grave concerns. But these are young women, men and women, Mr. Speaker, who go out on a daily basis into our courts and face these individuals directly. And so I want to commend the Director of Public Prosecutions, Mr. Gavin Gaskins and his team. I would like to commend Mrs. Bonamy, who is the Director of Legal Affairs, the Commissioner of Law Reform, and the Director. For their tireless efforts in the Office of the Attorney General. Mr. Speaker, in 2017, we passed an act in Parliament, the Constitutional Amendment Act, Mr. Speaker, which created the office of the Independent Director of Public Prosecution, and Mr. Speaker, which took certain duties from the Attorney General of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And the Act says at Section 2 that the Attorney General shall be responsible for the administration of legal affairs of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas and legal proceedings for and against the state, and for and against the state, and shall be taken in the case of civil proceedings in the name of the Attorney General, and in the case of criminal proceedings in the name of the Independent Director of Public Prosecution. Mr. Speaker, this government is committed not just in word or not just in passing the act, but in giving true expression to the independence of the Director of Public Prosecution. And so he is now housed at the Office of the Attorney General in the Parliamentary Abbey building. We've entered into lease agreements with to find them alternate arrangements. I crave indulgence to find them alternate housing arrangements. And I just want to find them alternate arrangements, Mr. Speaker. In May 2018, the Constitution was amended to establish an independent office of Director of Public Prosecution. The Office of Director of Public Prosecution plays a vital role in the criminal justice system. The office is now responsible for the prosecution of all criminal matters. This involves, among other things, the following: the provision of pre-charge advice to officers of the Royal Bahamas Police Force, the prosecution of trials in the Supreme Court, nine Supreme Courts, the due carriage of appeals in the Supreme Court and the Court of Appeal and the Privy Council, the general oversight over the prosecution of criminal matters in the Magistrates Court, and direct responsibility for certain Magistrate Court matters such as extradition proceedings and trials for offenses under the Perceived as Crime Act, the carriage of pre-trial hearings such as bail applications and other interlocutory applications, the carriage of constitutional motions, habeas corpus applications, and judicial review proceedings related to criminal matters. Furthermore, it is anticipated that the office's workload will increase, and it is proposed that the office should have an increased presence in the Magistrates Court, where the majority of the criminal matters are tried in the Bahamas. In order to address the dramatically increased numbers of discontinuance in sexual offenses matters, it is also being proposed that an additional court should be created at the level of the Supreme Court with the sole focus of hearing trials for sexual offenses. In addition, specialized units are required to be developed within the office with a view to concentrating prosecutorial expertise in the area of anti-corruption, anti-trafficking, and anti-unlawful gangs, as well as anti-money laundering matters. The office currently has approximately 40 prosecutors in New Providence and a small contingent of 3 prosecutors in Freeport. And I want to take this opportunity to congratulate the Freeport staff, who is led by Deputy Director of Public Prosecution, Mr. Neil Brathwaite, for all that they do in Freeport. These numbers are not sufficient, and Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, I can tell you that the Prime Minister himself has identified that and has advised that more funds should be provided to recruiting additional prosecutors. But Mr. Speaker, I want to slip a pin there just to deal with something. We have about 400,000. We have 9 criminal courts, Mr. Speaker. There's a human element that we're dealing with. And sometimes we can become mechanical. Just saying, how do we add new courts? How do we get more judges? And how do we get more prosecutors? And I think the side opposite and this side agree that we have a serious problem with our young men and our young women. And we would all agree that these are not strangers who are among us. These are people that we know. These are our brothers, our sisters, our cousins, and our uncles who are perpetrating some very serious and ungodly acts on their brothers, sisters, neighbors, and friends. Because these islands are so small. No more you go. I've met certain persons who could tell you when they hear your name, they can tell you who your people is, where you're from. And it's interesting to hear a person say that, oh, I know, from Ragged Island, from this place, and they can tell you. Mr. Speaker, this problem is more than just a police problem. This problem that we're experiencing is more than just a court problem. As a matter of fact, the police are down the continuum. The courts are at the end of the totem pole. They get there as a result of something going wrong. Mr. Speaker, on Saturday, we will celebrate in Yamato Father's Day. And I want to commend all the fathers who are fathers to their children. And most certainly want to identify those persons who are not biological fathers, but who play the role of fathers. I want to encourage the churches and persons in our community to adopt some of these young boys at an earlier stage. In Yamato, I have a group that are called the Young Lions. And I quite recall when the Young Lions first came, some persons said, oh, some of them were rude. I said, let them come. All of us were rude at one point. And they started to come. Almost all the Young Lions are working this summer. And a part of my interaction with them is to teach them how to talk. Teach them how to stand. One of the things the Minister of Education, before coming into government, he assisted one of the institutions in training people in certain basic social skills. And I know the process of coming to Parliament could sometimes become pedantic, but we are really budgeting for people. We are really legislating for people. But if you look at those parts, and I hear us talk about the race, the majority of those persons who are going to Foxville are of our youth. The majority of those persons who are going to Foxville, the Department of Corrections, thank you, who are going to the Department of Corrections are our friends. And as a people, Mr. Speaker, we must admit that somewhere we have gone wrong. And this is not an F&M or a PLP thing. You know, when I campaigned, and I said it from here before, somebody said, don't say this elsewhere. I said, well, if you have a child and you don't take care of a child, get away. We can have a conversation. I have no friends who don't take care of their children. Absolutely none. And if I find that out, we'll have a conversation. And you'll be surprised when you go to Foxton and you meet certain persons. On many occasions, the correctional facility. On many occasions, Anglerson's, the member for Anglerson and I, we went to the Department of Corrections and you meet persons. And the majority, when you speak to them, something happened in the home. Either they watched their mother being denigrated or mistreated, or the father just wasn't there. And I quite recall vividly a time I was there and I was sitting waiting on the car to take me to the front gate, and I sat with an inmate. He's one of the trustees. And you had some of the young men who were part of the platoon of young officers. And he commented on them and how fortunate they were to have a family to give them direction. We've fallen down, Mr. Speaker, in a dramatic way. And I agree with Mr. Hall, Reverend Hall. That's right. I agree with Reverend Hall. The level of disgust when matters occur in the society is too low. There has to be a greater outcry. And so, Mr. Speaker, I know that we have to pay greater attention to our people. Mr. Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity to thank, there are some men who assist the constituency of Yamakura with a great work. And Mr. Speaker, I will speak about the work, our work in Yamakura at the end of my presentation. But we have entered into correctional facility community project with the Department of Corrections. And that project, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, see men, low-risk inmates coming into the community and assisting us. And what they've done, we have a park, they call it the Branson Mill Park. There's about 5 acres, but about 2.5 acres was not cleared. And those men came out and they assisted us with clearing the park, moving the stones, and if you go to Twynham Park, you'll see it. You may see them during the day. And I want to commend the community who've taken charge of it. They've not ostracized them. There's someone there who says to them, go and get the water. There's a particular gentleman who passed and he would provide, give them funds. Members in the community would come around and they would bring them food. And for the past 3 or 4 months, they've done excellent work for us. They're also fathers, and I want to thank those members of the Department of Corrections, especially the officers who supervise and the inmates who come into the community to assist us. Our part of the deal is to do a needs assessment with the correctional facility. They're going to have a book drive to get books for their library. But we are inviting retired members and professionals from the community to go into the correctional facility to provide lectures, motivational talks, and so that's ongoing. I want to thank the Minister of National Security and the Commissioner of Prisons for their kind assistance. And so I'll get back to the Department of Public Prosecution. It says the office currently has approximately 40 prosecutors in New Providence and a small contingent of 3 prosecutors in Freeport. The numbers are not significant owing to a relatively high level of criminal activity in the country. There is a corresponding high volume of prosecutorial work prosecutors have a heavy workload and need ample time to properly prepare matters for court. The office aims to have 2 prosecutors assigned to each trial, both as a method of mentorship for junior prosecutors and as a means of sharing the workload. In all the circumstances, including taking into account the inevitable absence due to vacation leave, sick leave, and work-related leave, it is suggested that the office requires at least 80 prosecutors in order to function effectively and efficiently. Mr. Speaker, 40 years out, I just want us to draw this to our mind as we think about it. We're increasing prosecutors. It means that we're losing more and more of our young men. This is the sobering thought. And there has to be the trust that we as a people would give more care and concern to ourselves, that this phenomenon where the Director of Public Prosecutions is saying that he needs more to prosecute for rape, armed robbery, house breaking, whatever have you, is unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. But I just want to identify that as we go through, that we have an awesome responsibility as a people to correct this phenomenon. The criminal justice system is critical to the safety and security of the Bahamian people. And in order to properly service the system, the office requires the hiring of additional prosecutors. The said prosecutorial position can be filled by persons domestically, and then where we can't do it domestically, obviously there will be a need to perhaps bring in some persons. But obviously if you bring in persons, you bring them in with the understanding that they are to mentor and to develop the skills of local Bahamians. It should be noted that of the current complement of prosecutors, 7 prosecutors are being assigned from other areas of the public service. The office has been fortunate over the years to have the assistance of attorneys from other areas of the public service, such as the Royal Bahamas Police Force, the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, the Bahamas under the Bahamas Department of Corrections. And I would like to just stop here and thank the Commissioner of Police, the Commissioner of Prisons, and the Commander of the Defense Force. There's a number of those officers who have trained in the law find themselves in the Attorney General's office or in the Department of Public Prosecution performing these duties with no extra pay, Mr. Deputy. But they do an excellent work. As a matter of fact, I had reason to, we had a meeting and the AG is going through now to have discussions with the prosecutors to find out what are their dreams, goals, and aspirations. You have to do that. And sometimes I said of one of the police officers, he's a senior police officer, an excellent officer. We get the benefit of the Attorney General office of not having him on our pay sheet. And there's the added benefit of having a professional who is very well respected by the bench and bar and who does an excellent job. And the only thing he asks is that if I am a senior officer and I am in the office of the Attorney General and I'm doing a certain class of work, what is my designation? Am I just considered to be a lawyer? I don't want extra pay for me. So if I'm doing the work of a chief counsel, of an assistant director, let me know. So for instance, when the Commissioner of Police comes to give his annual report, he can say, Officer X is at the Attorney General's office. He serves as a prosecutor there. He's on loan. But he works in the capacity of a chief counsel. So when he puts it on his resume, he could say, well, I spent 2 years at the AG's office. And that's not much to ask for. It does a lot for the morale. So I want to commend those officers who do a lot for us. However, these officers, and this is the problem, why we need more. However, these officers work therein with the courtesy of their ministers or administrators and are subject to be called to return to their ministries at a moment's notice in some cases. This creates a critical vulnerability. A prosecutor may be assigned to commence the prosecution of an upcoming criminal trial, but may be ordered to report for duty at the ministry, requiring other prosecutors to take on their assignment. And I've seen this happen before. Major case getting ready to start, and the officer is needed somewhere else. And so you have to make that quick adjustment. The officer had done all the research, had prepared all the briefs, but then he had to go back. And so how do you do that? And so it's just to give you a real-life example of what the DPP is faced with. Training of prosecutors is also very critical. The DPP is responsible for sustaining the fair training in order to combat the rising crimes of corruption, human trafficking, unlawful gangs, and money laundering, and in money laundering matters. So in a number of cases, as is to be expected, some of the officers have to go away on specialist training. There has to also be capacity building, because a part of the mentorship process is succession, how the office will continue. And so I want to commend the Director of Public Prosecutions. In addition, there's a need for institutional identity, separateness, and I spoke about this before, and cohesiveness of the new office, not just conceptual separation and independence, but also physical separation, as is the norm in all other Commonwealth countries, with an independent director of public prosecution. In order to accommodate the prudent number of prosecutors required, there is a need for appropriate office space. It is proposed that the third floor of the Charlotte House, situated on Charlotte Street, be used to accommodate the office. The Office of Attorney General will supplement any immediate accommodations needs that the office will have. The Office of the Attorney General will also duly facilitate the orderly transitioning of the office. With the, yes, you're very right, I'm going to get there. During the transitional phase, and to convene and to conserve scarce resources, the Office of the Attorney General has committed to continuous sharing of resources, such as the centralized document center and other assistance needed. One of the things I want to say to members of the public is that the government of the Bahamas, Mr. Chairman, cherish and respect its prosecutors. In the past, persons have said certain things that threaten the comfort of our prosecutors. That will not be tolerated by anybody. I want to say to families, I know sometimes it's traumatic when you go to court, when your loved ones are in custody, but one of the things that will most certainly not be tolerated is threatening actions to our judges, magistrates, and our prosecutors. And I want to let you know that if anybody is caught doing that, the full extent of the law, the full support of the Attorney General's office, and the President of the Bar is not here, but I know that they form a part of the Bahamas Bar Association's membership, will be brought to bear. And no resources will be spared, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, to protect those persons who stand in the vanguard to protect members of the community. So, Mr. Speaker, again, I would like to commend the Department of Public Prosecutions for all that they do. I see them coming out in the morning. I just want to commend. Sometimes you see these young ladies, 25, 26, and they're going to the Court of Appeal. And the community sometimes is so small that just like we know everybody, sometimes they give stories of going to the restaurant or go into the store, and the very fellow who may be charged for an offense is in the same aisle. And they have to constitute themselves, do what they have to do, and still work in this community. So I want to commend them and tell them that they're appreciated, and everything will be done within our capacity, reasonably done, to assist them in their efforts. Mr. Speaker, I move now to the Registrar General's Department, another department in the Office of the Attorney General. Mr. Speaker, the Registrar General's Department is supervised by the Registrar. The Registrar General's Department is a crucial, very crucial, and critical department of the government of the Bahamas. Indeed, the department touches every aspect of life in the Bahamas, from the registration of births, deaths, and marriages, to the registrations of deeds and incorporation of companies, and registrations of intellectual property. The department has made great strides in the past fiscal year, and I will highlight a few of the many initiatives now being undertaken. And Mr. Speaker, as I said, the majority of the deeds and documents in the Bahamas goes through the Registrar General's Department, and it is at the hub of the initiative of the government to create an environment of the ease of doing business. In January, Mr. Salian Pratt was appointed to the post of Acting Registrar General. Her mandate has been to reorganize and reinvigorate the department and bring the department to a standard of excellence to meet the growing needs of both the financial sector and the local community. To assist Mrs. Pratt, 2 additional acting assistant registrars were appointed in Nassau. In April, Mrs. Marva Moxie was appointed to the position of acting registrar in the Registrar General Department of Freeport, Grand Bahama. Digital initiatives and automation. Mr. Chairman, the Registrar General's Department is on the front line of the digital initiative as outlined by the Most Honorable Prime Minister. The department, along with other ministries, are involved in the Prime Minister's delivery unit exercise to improve the World Bank's rating of the Bahamas' ease of doing business. We are currently rated as number 118. That has been shown, the data has shown that the registration time for delivering deeds and documents are being reduced from 1 month to a period of 3 weeks. The goal is now to reduce the 3-week period to 2 weeks. This will assist in driving our rating upwards. Mr. Chairman, the corporate registry digital platform has become inadequate, and does not meet the needs of the financial sector. We are thus in the process of reviewing a new corporate online system, which will greatly enhance the corporate registration system and provide new services not currently being offered. Along with the Road Traffic Department and the Passport Office, the Registrar General's Department is a key participant in the pilot project for the government's modernization project to integrate all government agencies. Once the program is fully rolled out to the public making a request, for example, to the Passport Office, will be able to make online applications. Hallelujah. All the work of requesting birth certificates or affidavits or other documents such as NIB, the National Insurance, NIB, will be made behind the scenes from one agency to another. And as the Prime Minister said, there should be no need in the Bahamas, if you have a birth certificate in the system, that if you go to the police college or if you go to the Ministry of Finance, persons are asking you for these things. One online system, they should be able to check it and get it there. There should be no reason for someone to say, hey, I want to check to see, for instance, the Immigration Department. computerization, they should be able to go online and with limited access to the Register General Department. They can see your birth certificate. Absolutely. I recall when we were having town meeting, and we were at, it was a town meeting, a joint town meeting with Yamako and Sanan. The lady came to me, she says, Mr. Johnson, you need to check something. Persons are coming to me with the birth certificates of dead persons. We're supposed to be able to go online and instantaneously check those things. The applicant will not have to obtain many forms of documents from many agencies. This will serve the public, this will save the public time, money, and frustration. As a part of the pilot project, there is a need to have more complete database of birth registration. The special data entry exercise is now being developed to enter records from 1990 to 1969. The department's entire information technology infrastructure, hardware and software, is in the process of being upgraded. These upgrades are fundamental for the department to meet the requirements of the state government's modernization project. Intellectual property. Members will report that the government is in the process of acceding to the World Trade Organization. A key element of this process is to have an updated intellectual property regime, including legislation and infrastructure. The department has recently trained officers on the IPASS system, which has just recently been implemented. A mission from the World Intellectual Property Organization has just completed a mission to the Bahamas and have met with the Office of the Attorney General and the Registrar General Department with a view to making an assessment of the Intellectual Property Office and will make recommendations on the way forward for IP Office to grow and meet international standards. We await their report. And Mr. Chairman, the Intellectual Property Department is very important. I do recall going to St. Lucia with the now registrar of the Registrar General's Department. One of the most precious commodities is your intellectual property. The Minister of Health spoke about medical marijuana. The Minister of Health, thank you, please. The Minister of Health spoke about medical marijuana. And this is what was happening and why it's so important for us to get our intellectual property registry together. Persons were actually going to territories and taking samples. And so if they were able to come to your territory and take a sample, they were able to get the DNA of your strain. And they were able to take it. And there are persons who are moving around and copywriting these things. You know, I'm doing some guitar classes, and Joseph Spence, one of my most favorite guitarists. And somebody came and bought the rights, the intellectual property rights to his music. They're teaching Mr. Joseph Spence music in universities in Europe. We don't have the tourists. They discover that his style was a unique style. And that is when, you know, I do some classes. And I came to understand that you develop a style of music based on your environment. And so there was a piece that I was doing, and the gentleman on the bottom was writing about you could hear the rolling river in the music. And sometimes when you hear the rhythm of the music that you would hear in the Bahamas is based on the sea, the breeze, the tempo, on the environment that you're in. And so here it is, his music was taken. And so when you see persons come to these countries, they're not only coming to see, just to visit and to smile. They sometimes come to take samples. And if they can get the sample, they can go back and use it. And so one of the reggae music, I think one lady was telling me about the copyright or something she was saying about it in Jamaica. how it's one of the most, is listened to all over the world. But a lot of things, okay. Okay. So let me get back. But it's very important for us to protect, and I heard the member for Santivus, the intellectual property of what we have in the Bahamas. We beat bar. As simple as we think bar is. We beat it, someone collects it, and they take it out of the country. They take it out of the country and they use it, and they send back a drink. But there's so many things that we may think insignificant that others come and think that it's gold. Mr. Chairman, in order to meet these crucial goals, the department is undertaking a staff needs assessment at the Nassau office and the Freeport office. Likewise, to take on these revolutionary transformative programs, it is imperative that working surroundings be conducive to both staff members and local and international clientele. Thus, the Registrar General's Department in the Nassau office is currently reviewing modern facilities with a view to moving some of the services to other locations. Mr. Speaker, I've highlighted these areas, and one of the streams you see going through is the need for information technology in both the Department of Public Prosecutions and in the Registrar General's Department. So we're updating our system to provide adequate staff and facility for persons who are presently in those areas. Mr. Speaker, when we go through the budget allocation, you see that funds are being provided to the Eugene Institute Law School that also falls under the precincts of the Office of the Attorney General. There's one thing that I would like to say, Mr. Speaker, and I've said it before when I went on a trip to the council, and that is the Prime Minister has indicated that he intends to attempt to change the Constitution by the will of the people to give himself 2 terms. And that is if the people of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas decide limit someone serving the office no more than 2 consecutive terms. And there's always been the mantra of the FNL. But if you have constitutional protection, Mr. Chairman, in certain of these offices, you're protected.
Right in time, Chief, yes.
You're protected. But it militates, it militates against the development of departments. If persons are there for 15, 20 years, Mr. Speaker, and I know that the Prime Minister has given instructions in certain instances to have legislation drafted so that you could limit the term of certain persons in certain offices. And Mr. Speaker, that concentration or that is one of the considerations that may be given to certain offices that fall under the remit of the Attorney General. So we've brought in an independent Director of Public Prosecutions. He has 2 consecutive 5-year terms. And so in terms of the law school, that may be a consideration as to how we limit the term to lend creativity, intellectual creativity to certain postings. So Mr. Speaker, I move now to the Court of Appeal, and I want to congratulate the Honorable, the former Chief Justice, the Honorable Sir Michael Barnett, and Justice Milton Evans, and the same as I said earlier in my presentation, referring to the good justice from the United States Supreme Court, the Commonwealth of the Bahamas the government of the Bahamas support its independent, impartial, and fearless judiciary, and within limits will spare no resources in providing the necessities for the Court of Appeal, like the Supreme Court and the Magistrate Court, for them to perform their duties. Mr. Speaker, there's a concentration, I realize the time is going, there's a concentration on the audio digital recording for the court. We're also concentrating on how do we introduce information technology to make the administration of justice or the access to justice much more easier. I can tell you that Mr. Justice Turner traveled to Trinidad, where he observed the inner workings of the CCJ and how they've utilized information technology, and funds have been invested to have online filing, to bring files online. I do recall the president of the CCJ saying, and we do it now because judges and magistrates are able to sit in their chambers and conduct bail hearings in the correctional facility. And so how do we, like the CCJ, sit in Trinidad and hear a matter in Antigua or Grenada? And so the same concept in the Bahamas. You sit in Nassau and you're able to hear a matter in Cat Island. And the system was so sophisticated that attorneys sometimes, depending on the application, were in different territories. There was a matter concerning a constitutional matter, challenging a constitutional provision in the Barbados Constitution just before their last general election, brought by Mr. Eddie Ventos, and he was challenging the right to vote. And actually that application was heard with the applicant being in Tobago, in Barbados, and the court sitting in Trinidad. And so they were able to submit their bundles. And so it's a matter of being able to submit your applications or your submissions online. And we knew that he was extreme, well, a number of judges do it now. Justice Charles, you can send your orders online. Justice, and I know a number of them are doing it. Justice Barnett, you're going to send your documents, he asks you to type an order, send it to him online. He publishes cases, he sends those back to you online. There's no reason, Mr. Deputy, that we cannot be at that stage in our development, Mr. Deputy, in what we do. And so in keeping with the UN Sustainable Goals, in keeping with the intent of the government to invest funds in information technology and to bring the entire public service, including the judiciary and the Attorney General, online by the use of information technology, Mr. Deputy. We are investing, the government of the Bahamas is investing the necessary funds to have that done, to assist with the ease of doing business and a number of other things. Mr. Speaker, before I close, I would just like to make mention of some of the things that we're doing in Yamakro. And I want to commend, first before I start, I would like to commend the Minister of Works. Because one of the first things we did was to do an assessment of the infrastructural needs in Yamakro. And we were able to go and meet with some of the inspectors. I would like to thank through you Mr. Clark. I think he's one of the directors there. Francis Clark, pardon me, an engineer, senior engineer, thank you very much. Yes, super gentleman. I don't know how he does it. I remember we went and we did an assessment. They sent out the inspectors, and the inspector looked at almost everything. Street signs, where there was a need for speed bumps, potholes, drainage, and he even gave out his cell phone number. And so he came into the community, and almost everything we've asked, he has made an attempt to do it. And what I like about his level of professionalism is he says, he gives you a timeline. If it can't be done, he says, well, you know, we can't do this now, we can do that later. And if there are other projects going on, his level of professionalism will say, well, you know, resources are being placed this way. So he gives you no unreasonable expectations. And I want to thank them for the service that we did. You know, Mr. Speaker, I heard, I'll get back to Yamako, I heard someone was making a presentation. And while we're on this, I want to thank Captain Russell. We just celebrated Natural Disaster Month. We went to church. And I do recall the removal of persons, evacuation of persons from Inagua and Ragged Island, and putting them back there, bringing them to Nassau, Athens and Crooked Island, getting the planes together. The leader and the leader opposite went around and they did their inspections. But let me tell you what happens sometimes. We don't see sometimes the human element, and we had to go there and see the people. And sometimes they had their complaints. We tried our best. Seabreeze was then Minister of Social Services. And then there are some people who would say certain things that are not so good. And I heard someone said, you know, that is what you do. You get no thanks for that. But I want to commend South and Central Andros for what he said in commending the Minister of Works, commending Long Island for the work that they're doing with potable water. Those people work hard. I remember when that hurricane was coming and we sat in the cabinet office and lives were on the line. We will never know what would have happened had they had not worked the level of professionalism. And they were being pushed, kept out late hours. And I want to commend the police force and the defense force who had to stay on the island when everybody was evacuated. I want to commend them because they had families. They couldn't secure their families. And sometimes in the police force, they make a distinction. If you have a family, say you go home. You don't have a family, you come and you do it. But I don't think they made that distinction. And so I want to thank them and thank them for all. Thank Captain Russell and for all that they do. And I want to ask persons as they go through the month and they highlight safety precaution measures, please listen to them. And so I want to express my kind gratitude to the Minister, Mr. Clark, the inspectors, because when I go through the community, I'm doing the walkabout, they came and they put in the road sign. I want to thank the persons from BPL, and I want to encourage the Minister of Works to continue. I see the engines are in, and it's going. And I want to congratulate the Minister of Environment for the dump. And I want to congratulate the Prime Minister because these things are happening and people will always criticize. But I was happy to hear the media saying the Minister of Environment deserves a hand up. Not one dump fire is being remediated and they're cleaning it out. Yes. And so I want to thank the Ministry of Works for coming in, for putting in the speed bumps. There's a Commonwealth Boulevard. Those guys normally come around and take down the ladies' wall. The speed bump is in it. They're putting up all the street signs. A lady said there was always flooding in her area. I gave her Mr. Francis Clark's number, and they had an interaction. We've created a girls' club in the constituency of Yamacraw. That's where our young girls come out. They're mentored. I was surprised to see how many young girls came out. And I want to commend Mr. Chadwick, Hannah, and his wife for the work that they do with the Girls Club and the executive of the Yamacraw Constituency Association. We're also cleaning up all the parks in the area, and we've been a little selfish. I'll tell you, if you go to Yamacraw, what you will find is all the parks are painted in Bahamian colors. We've painted all the parks in Bahamian colors. We've cleaned Pardon me? No, they painted all the parks in Bahamian colors, so when you go through, I know some person said that they were sort of disappointed in what we did, but we know why. You know, I've said this before and I'll say it again. I'm sick and tired of persons coming to the Bahamas, getting all that the Bahamas have. If you're a citizen, I want to say the Bahamians, and you go to other countries, there's a certain obligation that you have. Even more so here. If you're even not a citizen, there's a certain degree of loyalty that you have to this country. And I want to commend the members of Yamaha for taking ownership in their park and their environment. There are two gentlemen, their name escaped me. Twynham Park. If you go in there, you'll see how they're now. There's a competition to plant bromeliads and all the beautifying plants on the park. And these things came about because these are things that people have volunteered to us. We've had our town meetings on WTO, local government. I want to thank Senator Henfield for coming to speak to us about local government. We had the Minister of Education. He came in and he spoke about digital education. We're also in the process of putting together a boys club. And let me tell you how this came about. I was walking about, and this energetic lady stopped me, and we had a very interesting conversation. And when you do these things, Mr. Chairman, you would find that they volunteer their own time. And so a lot of times when we do stuff, I don't have to make the sandwiches. Because the people who volunteer their idea are prepared to participate. I would like to congratulate the Eastern Community Association and the Elizabeth Constituency Association. They work in the community with the children, with the men, trying their best to create a safe environment. And I want to thank them for all that they do. Our summer school and back to school events are on the way, and I would like to thank all of the persons who give to us. We've already located all our bags, but you know, in these simple things, I realize that every constituency give out bags and crayons and all those things. But the interesting thing about it, if you count the number of bags that people give out, is more than the students. And a practice is developing where people go and collect bags. Please, yes, if you get one, remember you have children with you. Not only children, but you shouldn't do that. Collect 3 and 4 bags, and you meet people at different outings. But I want to thank my executive, led by Mr. Higgins, Merlin Adley, who's not on the executive, Mr. Doyle Roberts. Our office hours, we've been able, Mr. Chairman, to keep our office open 5 days a week. I have office hours from 6 to 8. 6 to 8, if, except when I'm traveling. Pardon me? No, office hours from Monday afternoon. And my office is open from 10 until 5 every day. And so we've been able to keep that office open with the people's money. The capital grant, we're able to account for it. We fixed some lights. There's a gentleman, I know you're watching. You fix those lights on Twynham Park, we're going to get your funds to you. We're going to get your funds to you. We're very grateful. And I'm almost tempted to give his name, that if you need a street light or electrical work done, yes, price is extremely, yes. Okay. I would advise him. But if you need it done, give me a call. He's a good man. He came in, and without funds, at a reduced rate, he got it done. We're going to use him. We're going to use him at the Doris Johnson School. Their lights are out. I want to thank the principal of Doris Johnson School. There's not a time that we go there that he doesn't allow us to use the school for our meetings. The light is out, and I think I'm going to make a suggestion. I see, we could share the school bill and take care of that for Principal Clark and Foxhill and Elizabeth. Yes, all of us use the school. And so we've created a derelict vehicle and irregular building unit. And I want to commend the derelict vehicle unit Miss Adele Maru, who was one of the prosecutors, and there was a yard in Yamakor where about 20 cars was there for years, old wreckers and abandoned cars. I want to say that we're working on that. What we did was what we try and do is go to members of our constituency and have a personal conversation and see how we could assist. Well, if you don't want us to assist you, then we will use the Environmental Health Act to have those cars removed. And if you have a car that you want to be removed, please call the constituency headquarters at 603-0001, and we will try our best to assist you. We have an essay competition that we hold every summer. And so I was proud that one of my young lions won one of the prizes. And I want to thank members of the Yamakor community who assist in marking those papers. So, Mr. Speaker, we are hard at work in Yamakor. I still can recall the hours of footwork that I put in. I do recall, and so we're on the ground. We're trying our best to aid everybody and trying our best to live up to what we've said. Mr. Speaker, the government of the Bahamas has passed a number of legislation designed to create equality, designed to create transparency. I have made mention of some of them. We've laid the Integrity Commission bill. I'm looking forward to debating that. We've passed the Proceeds of Crime Act that would allow the government, in cases where anybody that comes into government and they amount or accumulate funds and are unable to explain them, for it to be given to the government and then for them to be dealt with. The Fiscal Responsibility Act, Mr. Speaker, is a brilliant creation by this government. Because, you know, when we came in, we discovered there were a lot of contracts, and there's so much to say. I see Exoma and Ragged Island. There's a water depot that was supposed to go on Gladstone Road, you know, and the money's just disappeared. The Seventh-day Adventist Church still say they didn't get any of that money on Wolf Road. And then there was the construction of buildings on properties that the government do not own. So the Fiscal Responsibility Act is designed, Mr. Speaker, to bring a level of accountability into those who say that the government has done absolutely nothing, or not been working in the best interest of the Bahamian people. I would say what Mr. Nikki Kelly says, they're so busy looking for missteps by the government that they have missed all of the benefits. I start as I begin, Mr. Speaker. I came to this place with my integrity. I'm not a bootlicker. I don't, and for anybody who suggests I don't kiss behind, I'm a man, Clouds, Carolina, a real man. And in the words of, I would say to anybody, you know, especially those in our party, as Exoma said, and he said it right for their party, you can't be half pregnant, and you have to decide whether or not you're fish or fowl. Yamakor supports the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Yamakura. Just before the adjournment, member for the suspension. Don't forget, Alan, sorry, Michael, I'm sure you will share that inspector's name before you leave the house, right? The sidebar. Thank you, Michael. Thank you. I don't want to hold us up. Thanks for the promise. As many. Chair recognizes the member for Garden Hills. Chair recognizes the member for St. Anne's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to take this opportunity to move that the House to suspend until Monday, the 17th of June at 10 a.m. And in so doing, may I take the liberty, on behalf of all of us here, to wish all listening a happy Father's Day.
Happy Father's Day, Bahamas. Been moved and seconded that all Bahamian males be enjoying Father's Day this weekend. It's been moved and seconded that this House suspends until the 17th of, Monday the 17th of June 2019 at 10 a.m. As many members that are in favor remain seated, those opposing will rise.
It's ordered that this House do suspend until the 17th of June, 2019 at 10 a.m.